Let's start with the introduction. This manhwa is going to be a love story between two roommates, where we'll see our innocent main character getting the most handsome guy in college as his roommate. They live in the same room, but that handsome guy completely ignores our main character, and our main character has already given up, thinking he'll never become his friend. And then a twist comes into the story, which we'll find out in this manhwa. So with that, let's start chapter 1. The story begins with our main character, Anning, whose first day at college is today. He's come to collect the key for his dorm. After that, he goes to the room service counter and asks for the key to room 606. When he hears about his room, the manager there gets really surprised and starts praising his roommate a lot. So Anning asks, "Is my roommate some celebrity?" The man replies, "As soon as you meet your roommate, you'll understand who he is yourself, and you won't be able to forget him either." Here, Anning finally gets the key to his room, but the poor guy is a little worried now. He thinks, what if my roommate turns out to be some big gangster? Then what will I do? And just imagining his roommate, the poor guy starts sweating. After climbing a lot of stairs, he finally reaches room 606. Just as he's about to enter his room, someone comes out from inside, and we are shown our second main character, who is really handsome. It doesn't take Anning long to realize that this is his roommate. He immediately goes to talk to him, and here we see that the guy in front just ignores him completely and walks past. Anning's heart breaks badly here. He turns back and tries to talk to him again, but the other guy is completely ignoring him. Here, Anning is praising him a lot in his mind and thinking, he's handsome, he's tall, but he doesn't listen to me at all. We see Anning entering his room and about to unpack his stuff. Then he notices that Wei Hang hasn't kept any belongings there, meaning his luggage isn't there at all. From some stuff Anning sees, he finds out Wei Hang's name and thinks, now, owing to live with him only. So slowly, we'll get to know each other anyway. But many days pass. Wei Hang hasn't even come to the room once, and the scene cuts there. In the next scene, we see Anning doing military training at his college. But even after so many days, he still has no clue about Wei Hang. He neither attends classes nor comes to military training. Anning has gotten used to coming to class alone every day and not finding Wei Hang there. And one day, while he's in class, the teacher calls out Wei Hang's name during attendance. And we see that this time Wei Hang has come to class. Here, we see Wei Hang listening to the teacher's words, and Anning is just staring at him. The teachers are praising him because he's extremely handsome. Anning thinks, everyone is looking at him, so why shouldn't I quietly look at him too? Then he immediately decides and thinks, he probably doesn't even remember that I'm his roommate. Now, we see the scene after class ends. Wei Hang is leaving from there. By mistake, some of Anning's books fall down. Both of them look at each other. Here, Anning stops him from picking up the books, and Wei Hang is also about to pick them up. At that moment, their hands touch each other. Here Anning thinks, now, what should I say? In Anning's heart, it's burning. If I don't talk to him today, who knows when I'll meet him again? So he immediately tries to talk to Wei Hang once Marine introduces himself. But, like always, Wei Hang just returns his book and apologizes, then leaves from there. He had absolutely no interest in talking to him. Here Anning's friend asks him, does Wei Hang even know that you're his roommate? Anning says, I don't know. I feel like even if we spend our whole life in this college, he still won't recognize me. In the next scene, we see class monitor Jeng and his assistant Meng. Both of them are together explaining about a team building exercise in which all the students in the class will participate and enjoy together. They're collecting money for it. But we see Anning, who comes from a poor family, thinking, my family is already paying my college fees, and from my part-time job, I don't have enough money to give them anything. Suddenly, Anning starts smelling rain, as if it rained somewhere, and then Wei Hang arrives there, completely drenched. Anning looks at him and thinks, it rained last night. Was he sleeping on the road at night? Then the teacher comes and starts the class. After that, the teacher notices that Wei Hang is sleeping. So she immediately goes to him and asks, "Tell me what I just taught." Wei Hang asks her, "What question did you ask me?" He says, "Can you repeat the question once again?" Then the teacher tells Anning, "You tell him the question." Anning explains a case to Wei Hang in which a grandson poisoned his grandfather, causing his death. But before dying, the grandfather left a will in which he transferred all his property to the grandson. Then Anning says, "The grandson killed his grandfather, so should the grandson still get his property?" And he smiles a lot while looking at Wei Hang. Here, we see Wei Hang immediately saying, "If I were the judge, I wouldn't give him even a single penny." Anning looks at him in surprise and thinks, "That's exactly what I was saying." Then we see Wei Hang thinking deeply about this, and in Anning's mind, it's runny. Everyone supported the grandson. The teacher also asks Wei Hang, "Why do you feel that the grandson shouldn't get the grandfather's property?" Wei Hang immediately says, "Because he doesn't deserve it." Everyone starts laughing at his answer, and even the teacher finds it quite funny, and Anning thinks, how innocently he's answering this. Then the teacher tells Wei Hang that if the grandfather wrote the will before dying, then that will is completely legally valid. So the grandson should get it. In counter, Wei Hang says, "But the grandfather is dead now. If he knew that his own grandson would poison him, would he still give him his property?" Now everyone starts speaking against Wei Hang and says that the grandfather already wrote the will, so it doesn't make any difference. The teacher also explains to Wei Hang that the grandfather's will and the grandson poisoning him are two separate matters. The will comes under inheritance law, while the grandson's crime comes under criminal protection law. Then Wei Hang immediately says, "If the law is so blind, then I think the law should be changed. Now, the time has come to change the law." Here, the teacher doesn't really like Wei Hang's answer. So she gets angry and leaves, saying, "Everyone has their own opinions and we respect everyone's opinions." After that, we see Anning starting to pay attention in class. Then for the first time, we see Wei Hang looking towards him. And the scene cuts there. The next scene shows class monitor Zheng again. He's asking for FEs for the team building exercise so that when the collection is done, everyone can enjoy. Here Zheng and his assistant come to Wei Hang to talk about it. Meng says, "You never participate in any activity, so you should participate in this one. It's happening this weekend." But Wei Hang clearly refuses and says, "I don't have time for this." Meng gets angry and says, "You never have time for us. We're doing all this for our classmates, so you should be there too." But Wei Hang refuses again and says, "I already have plans, so I can't come here." The girl immediately asks, "What plans? What exactly are you doing that day?" And she gets quite angry. Then Wei Hang immediately replies, "Whatever it is, it's none of your business. So mind your own business." Then Zheng notices Anning too and says, "Anning, aren't you going to participate in this? This time, no matter what, you have to participate." Now, Anning starts sweating and says, "Maybe I won't be able to participate this time either." Zheng asks, "But why?" And then he suddenly realizes and immediately goes to Anning and says, "I can understand your situation. I know you come from a poor family, and if you don't have money, I for you in your place, and when you have money, you can return it to me." Hearing this, Anning doesn't feel good at all. He feels really weird. He thinks, Zheng wants to help me know that, but still, hearing this doesn't feel good. Wei Hang also notices Anning's awkwardness. He immediately comes to Anning, puts his hand on his shoulder, and says, "Anning can't come with you, Kaus, he's going with me. We both have already made plans for the weekend." Anning gets really surprised and looks at him. Anning can't believe at all that Wei Hang himself saved him from embarrassment. Zheng immediately asks Anning, "Is that really true?" Anning replies, "Yes, absolutely." Anning says, "Then what are your plans? What are you two going to do together?" Wei Hang immediately says again, "That's none of your business." Now, Wei Hang immediately tells Anning, "So come on now, we have to go together." After that, Anning starts following him and thanks him for helping him. But Wei Hang turns back and says, "I just thought you didn't want to go there, but they were forcing you. There's nothing big in it. I didn't help you, and if you didn't want to go, just refuse them directly. You don't need to explain yourself." Saying this, Wei Hang leaves from there. Anning is completely surprised and thinks, "He's so cool. He didn't help me because he felt pity for me, just because he couldn't stand seeing them force me." And the scene cuts here. In the next scene, we see Wei Hang going home. Suddenly a girl and a guy with a camera come to Ran start making his video. The girl's name is Kim Jong, and she's on the campus beauty list. She immediately says to Wei Hang, "Can I borrow your motorcycle?" Wei Hang immediately asks, "But why?" Kim Jong says, "There's just a bridge nearby, take me there. But I want to take some photos." Here, Wei Hang immediately refuses and says, "That place is quite far, and can you tell your friend to stop recording me? I don't like cameras." The girl stops recording and tries again while flirting, but he clearly refuses again and says, "You've already wasted a lot of my time. I don't want to go there, and can you please stop recording me?" Wei Hang is getting really angry, and Wei Hang immediately starts leaving from there. Kim Jong says, "If you don't help me, how will my pictures come?" Wei Hang tells her, "That's your problem, not mine," and he immediately leaves from there. But the guy keeps recording him till the end. This scene cuts here. The next scene shows our Anand eating food in the cafeteria area. Then he and his friend see a very beautiful girl there. Anning and his friend are talking about her. Then Anning starts talking about Wei Hang and says, "Wei Hang is the most handsome guy in our campus. He'll probably come here in a while." Then his friend tells him, "Wei Hang doesn't eat in this cafeteria area, and do you know a big trouble is coming for him right now? He did something really big." Anning says, "That can't happen. He's a very good person." His friend immediately asks, "So has this good person of yours ever talked to you face to face?" This makes Anning sweat and he says, "Yes. I talked to him once." Then he says, "He talked to you, so he's a good person. And since I always talk to you, am I the best person?" Anyway, put all this aside, I want to tell you that a problem is coming. For Wei Hang, some people from the photography club wanted to take photos with his bike, but he refused. But those people recorded a video of him and posted it. And now, he's facing a lot of negativity. People are abusing him badly in the comments and saying he has a lot of attitude. So it should have been completely his choice whether to give it or not. Even if he didn't give it, these people should have accepted his decision. Why are these people abusing him for no reason? He didn't do anything wrong. In the next scene, we see Wei Hang playing basketball. Then a guy comes looking for him and says, "Are you Wei Hang?" Wei Hang says, "Yes, do I know you?" The guy says, "My name is Lejun, and my girlfriend asked you for her bike, right? Why didn't you let her take photos with your bike?" Wei Hang replies, "Because it was my bikini, I didn't feel like giving it." Lejun says, "You have a lot of attitude. I just came here to play basketball with you. If you're not scared, do you want to play?" And then he challenges him for a match and says, "Call 3 people from your side, and 3 will come from my side." After that, both of them start preparing for the match. Then Lejun shouts, "Who wants to become Wei Hang's teammate?" But everyone gets really scared and starts talking among themselves that Lejun is a very dangerous person. Taking him on is not right at all. Though we support Wei Hang now, Lejun will take revenge on us later. Here, we also see Anning thinking why no one is going to help Wei Hang. Because we see that due to fear of Lejun, no one wants to support Wei Hang. An also comes and taunts him. "Look, no one wants to support you. How sad." Wei Hang says, "I don't need anyone, come on, you face me yourself." Lejun says, No, if I do it like this, people will think I'm taking revenge on you, and I don't want to ruin your beautiful face." Meanwhile, suddenly, someone starts calling Wei Hang's name. Wei Hang immediately turns around, and we see Inning shouting to Wei Hang, "I may be small, but I can play basketball. Do you want me to join your team?" After that, Enning comes forward from the crowd in front of Mountain like basketball players. He looks like a tiny kid, he said it. But now, he's sweating and thinking, when I was a child, I should have eaten properly and drunk milk. Then I would have grown taller. Now, I feel so embarrassed that I'm so short. Here, Wei Hang immediately agrees to take him in his team. At first, everyone starts laughing, and Lejun says to him, "You're really going to take this shorty in your team?" Wei Hang says, "Stop your nonsense and let's start the match." But Lejun says, "You still don't have one more team member." This makes Wei Hang and grind. He says, "Do you want to play or did you just come here to run your mouth?" Lejun, full of overconfidence, immediately says, "Your team has only 2 people, so I'll remove 1 person from my team too." And then we see both teams are ready to play basketball. One side is Anning and Wei Hang's team. Here we see Anning's friend saying that Anning doesn't even know how to play properly. Who knows why he's doing so much for Wei Hang, when Wei Hang probably doesn't even remember him. Here we see Anning telling Wei Hang the same thing. "I don't know how to play well on this." Wei Hang encourages him again, which starts giving Anning a little bit of confidence. But even then, a lot of people start saying really mean things to him and making fun of him. But the match has already started now. So Wei Hang tells him to ignore them. And Anning also decides in his mind that he will win Wei Hang's trust no matter what. Here in the match, we see that Wei Hang is really a very good player who is scoring goals very easily. In one shot, we see Wei Hang jumping really high and making a very good shot. Because of this, the other guy who came there gets extremely angry. We see Lejun burning with rage. Wei Hang's team is very happy. Anning is also playing really well. Here, we see the other guy getting jealousy. Anning getting so much attention, and he immediately attacks him with his elbow. Because of this, Anning gets a really hard injury and starts falling down. Wei Hang takes revenge by pushing that guy, knocking him down too, and scores a goal. But Anning also got hurt because of this. Here, everyone is praising Wei Hang, but Anning is lying on the ground, searching for his glasses, which have broken. Here, Wei Hang picks up his glasses for him, brings them to him and says, "Are you okay?" Anning tells him, "I'm fine," thanks him, and says, "You played really well." But Wei Hang gives the credit to Anning instead and says, "You were also playing really well." But in the middle of all this talking, we see Lejun has become really furious and is glaring at him very badly. Suddenly, he is about to attack him, which Anning's friend notices and shouts to warn him. Before Anning can even turn around, we see the basketball coming straight and hitting Anning, making him even more injured than before. Wei Hang immediately asks him, "Are you okay?" Anning tells him, "I'm fine." Here Wei Hang angrily asks Lejun, "What does this mean now?" Lejun replies, "Did you think you could escape my hands so easily? This isn't over yet." Wei Hang tells him, "I've already won the game, so stop doing all this." But Lejun keeps trying to provoke him a lot and make him angry. Anning understood all this. So he immediately tries to calm Wei Hang down, and Wei Hang also knew they were trying to make him angry. So he immediately starts leaving from there with Anning. But then Lejun starts making fun of Anning too and tells Wei Hang, "You people are cowards." After this, he still doesn't calm down and throws Wei Hang's very expensive watch, breaking it. But Wei Hang doesn't get upset at all. He immediately picks up his watch, keeps it with him, and tells Anning again, "Come with me." Here Anning gets really surprised and thinks Wei Hang may not look like it, but he's really smart. He understood that these people are deliberately provoking him. While going together, Wei Hang tells Anning to get new glasses, but Anning refuses. Here, Wei Hang tells Anning, "You're not like the other people. You're quite different." Because of this, Anning starts blushing. Then Lejun comes again and starts making fun of Anning, saying, "Shorty, I think you're about to faint now." But now, Wei Hang has gotten really angry and starts glaring at them badly, and starts going towards them to fight because now they were targeting Anning. Here, seeing Wei Hang so angry, Lejun's friend stops him from fighting and says that Wei Hang is way too strong, and they immediately get scared and leave from there. Because of this, Anning takes a breath of relief. Then we see both of them sitting together. Wei Hang immediately asks Anning for his WeChat. Ident adds him on Messenger, which makes Anning really happy. They're talking like this. Suddenly, Wei Hang asks Anning, "We're in the same class, right?" Hearing this, Anning can't believe Itan thinks we've been studying in the same class for so long. Do you really not know that I'm in your class? And seeing Anning laughing like this, Wei Hang asks him, "Why are you laughing?" Anning says, "Nothing. By the way, are you coming back to the dorm tonight? We both live in the same building. So if you come there, we can meet." Wei Hang agrees to this too. We see Anning smiling, and he realizes that Wei Hang has absolutely no memory that he is his roommate. Then both of them are about to leave from there. Anning tells Wei Hang, "Forgive me, I couldn't play well." Wei Hang tells him, "Okay, fine. I'll teach you. We can play together later." Anning agrees to this too. And then both of them go their separate ways while talking like this. In the next scene, we see Anning coming to his room and thinking that maybe Wei Hang has already come to the room by now, but nothing like that has happened. Finding the room empty again, Anning gets sad once Marine thinks Wei Hang didn't come today either. He immediately puts his glasses away, wears another pair, and starts going out. Then on the way, he sees Wei Hang coming from the front, which surprises him a lot. Here, we see Wei Hang walking ahead, and both of them meet on the stairs. Anning happily greets him. Wei Hang asks him, "Which room do you live in? Tell me, we can hang out together." Anning points towards his room and says, "Wait for me." Anning leaves from there smiling. He thinks his reaction will be worth watching when he finds out that I'm his roommate. Here, Wei Hang is noticing Anning's glasses and thinking, he doesn't look as cute as before with these. Then Wei Hang is about to go inside. Suddenly, he remembers that he doesn't even know his own room number. He had forgotten which room he lives in. Here, when Anning comes back, he finds Wei Hang still standing there and asks him, "What are you doing here?" Wei Hang tells him, "I'm leaving now." Anning asks him to wait a little and says, "I brought something to eat." Wei Hang agrees to this too. Here, both of them start going together again, and Anning thinks, does he really not know that we live in the same room? As soon as both enter inside, Wei Hang asks, "Where is your roommate?" Anning looks at him innocently and replies, "My roommate? He came to this room for the first time today." And as soon as Wei Hang looks towards the wall, he sees his name written above his bed. Here, Wei Hang thinks, "Oh, I am his roommate," and Anning apologizes and says, "Forgive me, I couldn't tell you earlier. I thought you would remember." Here, he is looking around the room and realizes that Anning has even cleaned his side. Anning is really nice. He has cleaned the whole room so well, even though half the room was Wei Hang's. Because of this, Wei Hang becomes really happy. Now, after a while, we see Wei Hang sending Anning some money. Anning says, "Why are you sending me so much money?" Wei Hang tells him, "For your glasses." Anning gets angry and says, "My glasses weren't even that expensive that you should send me 2,000 yuan. He starts returning the money, but Wei Hang refuses. But Anning isn't listening to him. Here Wei Hang looks at him and thinks, Anning doesn't look rich at all. Then why isn't he accepting my money? But Anning is fully ready to return his money. Here, Wei Hang also agrees and says, "Okay, first accept my money, then return it later." And Anning does exactly that. Immediately returns his money, and Anning says, "If you really want to thank me, then treat me to food sometime." On this, Wei Hang tells him about the weekend and says, I'm free that day. Will you come hang out with me? Enning tells him, I can't go cause I have my part-time job. Wei Hang says, then can we go at night? Enning happily agrees to this. Here, Wei Hang is saying to himself, this is the first time I've asked someone for dinner. Enning says, what did you say? But Wei Hang brushes at a fan tells him, be ready on Saturday. I'll come to pick you up. Enning agrees to this to dot in the next scene. Enning happily tells Wei Hang, for so many days I've been feeling very lonely, and having you here feels really nice. Wei Hang tells him, I've always lived alone, I'm not used to sharing my room, and anyway, I'm not going to live in this room. I bought a house somewhere else where I stay. So you don't need to clean my side. Enning says, I clean only for my own happiness. I don't like dirt. And then Wei Hang says bye and leaves from there. Enning also looks really happy. He is thinking, I never thought he would be able to talk so nicely with my roommate, even though he seems a bit detached from the world. He's a really good person. Now the next scene is of Saturday. Enning is at his part-time job. Then he notices a girl whose health has suddenly become bad. Here, Enning gets really panicky and starts talking to his coworker. She tells him that she has stomach pain. Enning immediately calls the manager there, who tells the girl that it might be appendicitis and immediately tells Enning to take her to the hospital. In the next scene, Enning is taking the girl to the hospital and he is very panicked. Here, we see the girl in the hospital. Enning gets her admitted, but in this, a lot of his money gets spent, and the poor guy doesn't have a single penny left. He thinks it's okay, I'll get my payment in a few days. Then he thinks it's okay, in a few days I'll get my salary, so I can arrange food for a few days by skipping meals for some time. Here Enning is sitting there waiting for the girl's boyfriend, so that when he comes, Enning can leave from there. And at the same time, he messages Wei Hang that he won't be able to come today because he had to bring a colleague to the hospital. Wei Hang also replies, no problem, we'll meet some other time, and cancels the restaurant booking. Here Enning is thinking, I hope Wei Hang doesn't get angry with me. Here again, we see Enning returning Wei Hang's remaining money too. Wei Hang gets surprised and thinks, why doesn't this guy peacefully keep the money? After that, we see Enning again. The girl's boyfriend has come there, and Enning immediately tells him about the operation and appendicitis. The boy gets really panicky and says, it must have cost a lot of money, right? He immediately thanks Enning and tells him that he will return his money very soon. But Enning tells him, okay, whenever you feel like it. But the poor Enning now doesn't even have money left for food, and he thinks I will have to do one more job. Without extra work, I'll die of hunger. And he immediately calls Sumian and says, do you need a tutor? I'm ready to teach your child. Here he is trying to find a job, and luckily he gets one too. A lady has hired him to teach her son, but as soon as Enning sees the address of that lady's house, he gets really surprised because only big celebrities and very rich people live in that area. Here we see Enning reaching Luoyang district. A very pretty lady welcomes him there. She is the one who hired Enning to teach her son. Here she sends Enning to her son's room. Enning assures her that he will take good care of her son. Here we see Enning has come to teach the child, but the child looks very angry and angrily tells Enning, who said you can take my nickname. Enning immediately calls him by his full name and says, okay, I'll let study. But the boy immediately asks Enning, my mom is really nice, right? Enning says, yes, she's a very nice lady. Then the boy asks, do you know why we fired our previous tutor? Enning says, I don't have time for all these things. Come on, let's study. Here, the boy angrily tells Enning, we kicked out the previous tutor because he was trying to take advantage of my sweet moment, was trying to exploit her. That's why we removed him. Here Enning is thinking, this kid seems really sharp-minded. Kids these days grow up so fast. Then Enning immediately tells the boy, I have absolutely no interest in your mom, But here, the boy is staring at Anning very carefully and thinking he looks really stupid, his hair is also bad, and his clothes are really terrible. I'm sure he's gay, and he completely understands Anning. And a smile appears on his face. Anning tells him, "So can we study now?" The boy now agrees to this too. And here today's chapter ends. The chapter starts, and we see that Anning's tuition class time ends. The kid immediately runs away from there. Anning was also about to leave after talking to the kid's mom, when the child starts staring at him in a strange way. Anning understands what it means and calls the lady auntie. This makes the child really happy. Here Anning starts feeling quite guilty and begins to leave from there. Then the child comes from behind and says, "Gaga, come again tomorrow." And then he teases Anning and leaves from now. In the next scene, we see Anning going home in the metro. Suddenly, Wei Hang, coming from the same direction, spots him and immediately starts following Anning. Wei Hang somehow manages to rush and quickly enters inside the metro. There, he starts searching for Anning. Then his eyes fall on Anning, and he immediately goes to talk to him. Anning gets really surprised seeing him and says, "What are you doing here?" Wei Hang tells him, "I came here to meet one of my teachers." This feels strange to Anning because Wei Hang never used to come to school. Seeing Anning staring at him like that, Wei Hang immediately tells him, "I do rock climbing. That's why I came to meet their teacher." This surprises Anning a lot. Then Wei Hang asks him, "Do you work around here?" Anning tells him, "Yes, absolutely." While talking, Anning suddenly gets pushed and immediately starts falling towards Wei Hang. A hug happens between them, which leaves both of them really surprised. Here Anning, blushing a lot, immediately apologizes to him. But Wei Hang says, "It wasn't a big deal," and then he immediately asks Anning for dinner. After that, in the next scene, we see both of them going somewhere together. Anning has absolutely no idea where Wei Hang is taking him. And we see that Wei Hang has brought him to a plaza that looks quite traditional. Anning thinks, "Is this some restaurant?" Then both of them go inside. A waitress comes there with the menu, but Anning doesn't want to order because he doesn't have much money left. So he tells Wei Hang to order. Here, Wei Hang starts ordering a lot of things. He's ordering a ton of food. Anning asks, "How will we eat so much food?" But Wei Hang explains, "The portions here are quite small, so we have to order more." And the poor innocent Anning falls for his words. Here, Wei Hang has ordered a huge amount of food. Anning asks him, "Is this place quite expensive?" Wei Hang tells him, "Not at all." Then Anning tells him, "I was just joking when I said treat me to dinner. You didn't have to bring me to such an expensive place. Will the food here be more expensive than the money you sent me?" Wei Hang starts dodging the question, and Anning gets really worried and says, "Is this place really very expensive?" A big panic starts in the poor guy's heart. Wei Hang keeps twisting his words and convinces Anning that the place isn't expensive, and the innocent Anning falls for his words again. Wei Hang looks at him in surprise, wondering how Anning believes everything he says. After that, their food arrives, and Anning really likes it. He immediately asks the waitress, "What kind of food is this? The crab used in it, which crab is it?" Here, the waitress is about to tell him that it's very expensive. But Wei Hang immediately says, "It's just normal food." This surprises Anning a lot, and Wei Hang lies to him again. "Yes, absolutely. It's completely normal." And Anning, like always, believes him. After that, we see Anning really enjoyed the food. But he tells Wei Hang, "You didn't have to bring me to such an expensive place." Wei Hang smiles and says, "But you followed me here too. You could have stopped." Anning says, "I didn't know you were bringing me here." And Wei Hang starts smiling again. Then Wei Hang starts giving his food to Anning too, and both of them start sharing and eating their food. This makes Anning really surprised and very happy. He thinks there's such a big difference in our sizes, yet he's giving me all his food. how nice he is, and with Aining's happiness. This scene cuts. Now, the story jumps straight to 1 week later. A teacher comes to the class and says, "Today, make attendance for everyone, and whoever hasn't come, I'll cut their name, and you won't get any marks in the exam either." Aining's friend thinks, "Good thing I didn't bunk today." But poor Aining gets worried because Wei Hang hadn't come. And Aining decides that he'll tell Wei Hang about this and ask him to attend class. Here, we see the teacher taking attendance. After Aining's friend, it was Wei Hang's turn. Here Aining marks Wei Hang's attendance too, and does his own perfectly. The teacher gets a little suspicious of him, but doesn't say anything and leaves. This makes Aining breathe a sigh of relief. Then Aining's friend tells him, "Your roommate is always trending. He's trending today too." But this was the first time Aining was hearing this. Aining immediately takes his friend's phone and starts looking. There, he finds Wei Hang's ID and realizes that Wei Hang is a professional rock climber. Here, we see Wei Hang climbing mountains, but to Aining, Wei Hang looks extremely handsome, and from this moment, he becomes Wei Hang's fanboy. Then Aining's friend tells him that Wei Hang has been a champion in this. And Aining understands that's why he doesn't attend class, because he's always training for this. Then Aining's friend tells him that because of the competition Wei Hang won this time, he's gained a lot of popularity and has become a celebrity. Here Aining's friend says, "Why don't you get a lot of autographs from him? Then we can sell them and become rich." Aining says, "He doesn't even come to class. Where will I get his autograph?" And then Aining starts worrying about Wei Hang because Wei Hang never attends class at all, so his studies are getting badly affected. And the scene cuts there. The next scene shows Wei Hangwo has come to meet his teacher. This teacher is the one who taught Wei Hang rock climbing. Here, the teacher is very happy about Wei Hang's win. But Wei Hang, seeing his teacher in this condition, feels really sad and thinks if my teacher hadn't gotten injured, he would have been the best rock climber in the world. And we learn that Wei Hang's teacher is paralyzed and can't walk. But he was very happy for Wei Hang. However, Wei Hang doesn't look very happy. The teacher says, "You're so young, yet you won such a big competition. Why aren't you happy?" Wei Hang says, "It wasn't a big deal. Anyway, there was the sea below the mountain, so even if I fell, I would have survived." The teacher tells him, "Kid, do you ever get scared of these things?" And the teacher remembers the past. Wei Hang, who in childhood was never afraid of anything. Then the teacher tells him, "It's been 2 years since we met, and you're growing taller so quickly." Wei Hang says, "I've always been tall." Then Wei Hang's teacher asks him, "In the competition, everyone took off their clothes to show off their bodies. Why didn't you do that?" Wei Hang says, "But the girls didn't take theirs off." The teacher starts lagging and says, "Kid, are you a girl that you didn't take your clothes off?" Wei Hang says, "Wouldn't that be very unfair? We get the chance to do it, but they don't." But the teacher clearly understands Wei Hang's excuse and knows that Wei Hang is very shy. But Wei Hang, just by feeling his teacher's hand, understands that his teacher is slowly getting weaker, which makes him very worried. Here, the teacher tells him again, "This climbing and all will keep happening. Have you found any partner? Have you thought about love or anything?" Wei Hang clearly refuses. The teacher looks at him and says, "Kid, you're still very young. If you keep focusing only on climbing like this, one day, you'll become like me. You won't find anyone to love you, nor will you find a life partner." Wei Hang says, "You don't need to worry about this. Anyway, I don't have any attention on these things right now." Here, the teacher gets angry and says, "What nonsense are you talking?" Wei Hang says, "Anyway, I'm rock climbing. If I fall there and break my arms and legs, it will be a problem for my partner, right?" The teacher says, "Stop your nonsense. Can't you ever say something nice?" Wei Hang says, "This is the nicest thing I can say, and you don't need to worry too much. I can take care of myself." Here, The teacher sadly starts thinking, this kid is exactly like me. He always thinks only about rock climbing. He pays absolutely no attention to his personal life and always creates trouble for himself. If he stays like this, he won't get a girlfriend either. Just like me. Here, Wei Hang tells him, okay, now I'm leaving. I have some work. After Wei Hang leaves, we see the teacher. He didn't show it, but he loved Wei Hang a lot. To him, Wei Hang was exactly like a little brother. That's why he worried about him so Mashan thinks, when will this fool get some sense? After that, we see Wei Hang leaving from there. Then we see Wei Hang returning home. Suddenly, someone calls his name. Wei Hang looks in that direction, and this scene cuts here. After that, the next scene shows Anning has finished his tuition and is sitting there. The child directly leaves from there and starts eating something from the fridge. Anning tells him, you should heat the food before eating. But the child says, I'm eating jelly. Who heats this? Anning says, okay, forgive me. And then Anning starts leaving from there. The little child gives Anning a jelly too, and Anning happily leaves from there. The next scene shows Wei Hang again, and the one stopping him is Anning himself. Anning comes straight to him and starts talking. Wei Hang also says hi to him. Then both start walking together. Here Anning asks him, did you come to meet your teacher? Wei Hang says, yes, absolutely. Then Anning tells him, you know, you're trending a lot and you've become very popular. Wei Hang says, yes, absolutely. Here Anning gets really excited. He grabs Wei Hang and says, you're so amazing. I watched your competition. You're so strong. When you told me about it, I thought you did it as a hobby. I didn't know you were professional. Wei Hang says, the word professional is a bit too much. I'm just an ordinary rock climber. Anning says, okay, well, I understand perfectly. You can't handle your own praise, right? Wei Hang says, okay, all this. Tell me, how was my competition? Anning starts non-stop praising him. Then in the next scene, Anning asks him, is rock climbing very dangerous? Wei Hang tells him, yes, absolutely. Anning asks, when you fall while rock climbing and land in the sea behind, how does it feel? Does it hurt? Wei Hang says, yes, absolutely. It hurts exactly like when we sometimes fall from a tree. Anning asks him, how many times have you fallen? Wei Hang replies, I don't even remember. I've fallen millions of times. Anning gets really surprised and starts imagining how Wei Hang must climb the mountain again and fall. He asks him, how does it feel exactly? Wei Hang tells him, sometimes while falling, I feel like I'm going to hit the ground hard. I get really scared, but sometimes it feels like I'm falling on jelly, and it's very soft. And Wei Hang points towards the jelly in Anning's hand. Anning laughs and says, do you want this? Wei Hang says, no, I don't eat sweet things, and both keep talking like this while walking. Suddenly, Anning remembers that his station has already passed. Here Anning asks Wei Hang, where have we come while walking? I thought you were going back to the dormitory with me. Aren't you going? Wei Hang tells him, no, I'm not going there. And then Anning remembers that Wei Hang doesn't live in the dormitory with him. He immediately adjusts his glasses and starts thinking, I got so tangled up in the bathroom that I forgot the way. Here Wei Hang thinks, whenever he sees me, why does he get so panicked? Do I look that scary? Then Wei Hang tells Anning, thought you were coming with me. I didn't know you had to take the metro. Anning says, okay, no problem. Just tell me where the metro station is. I can walk with you till then. And Wei Hang starts showing him the way. Then he says, how did you know I was going to the next station? But Anning gets confused and asks, do you live somewhere around here? Aren't you coming with me? Wei Hang tells him, no, my house is nearby. And then Anning asks him, tell me, where is your house? Wei Hang starts taking him. Alan Gan shows him a place and says, this is my house. Anning gets really surprised and thinks, This place looks very expensive. Then Wei Hang says, "Why don't I drop you at the station?" Enning immediately refuses and starts leaving. But suddenly, Wei Hang asks from behind, "Do you want to come inside? Do you want to see my house?" This leaves Enning really surprised. And here the chapter ends. Start of the chapter, we see Enning looking at Wei Hang in complete shock. He just couldn't believe that the most handsome guy on campus was inviting him to his house. But it was already very late at night. So he refuses and tells Wei Hang, "I'll come next time." Saying this, he leaves from there. Wei Hang also agrees to it. After Enning leaves, we see Wei Hang thinking, "I don't know why I invited him to my house, but he refused me." But suddenly a doggy comes running the and starts playing with Wei Hang. This completely diverts Wei Hang's attention to it. Here, Wei Hang asks its owner, "Why does your doggy like me so much?" The girl says, "Because you're extremely handsome." And here the scene cuts. The next scene starts in class. We see Wei Hang, who has come to class after many days. Enning also gets surprised seeing him and says, "Hi," to Wei Hang right in front of everyone in class. Wei Hang also replies to him. Because of this, everyone in the class gets really shocked. Enning's friend also asks him, "What exactly is going on between you two? Now, he started replying to you." Enning says, "After all, we're roommates. That's the least that happens between us." Here, Wei Hang is also talking to Enning, which shocks everyone even more. Everyone starts staring at Enning. Then Wei Hang asks Enning, "Did you reach home safely last night?" Enning tells him that everything was fine. Here, Wei Hang is only noticing Enning, and seeing both of them talking like this. All the students in class are completely stunned. Enning doesn't give any answer to Theme and leaves from there. After that, he finds Wei Hang's phone lying somewhere. He's about to return it when suddenly he hears shouting as soon as he comes out. He sees someone running past him very fast. Enning doesn't understand anything at first and goes towards the washroom. There he meets one of his classmates. This girl's name is Tao, and he also came here after hearing the girls shouting. Both of them stand there. Then the girls tell them that someone was secretly watching them here trying to peek into the ladies' washroom. This shocks both boys a lot. Here the suspicion of the two girls immediately goes on Tao. He says, "No, I just came from the men's washroom myself." Here Enning also tries to explain to the girls that it's not this guy. "I saw him running away." The girls tell Enning, "We're law students, so we won't believe anything without proof. Bring proof first." In the meantime, Wei Hang also arrives there. Enning tells him everything. Wei Hang looks quite confused. Then the girls tell him that someone was trying to peek into the ladies' force room and they suspect Tao. Here, Wei Hang stops them from jumping to conclusions without proof and says, "I'll get to the root of this." Poor Tao is already tired of explaining himself. Here Enning tells Wei Hang that it can't be Tao because "I saw a boy running away." Wei Hang says, "Are you talking about a boy wearing gray clothes?" Enning gets really surprised and says, "Did you see him too?" Wei Hang tells him, "Yes, he bumped into me." Enning asks him, "Did you see his face?" Here Enning has become very excited, which surprises him, and he says, "No, I didn't see his face." Enning gets sad and thinks yes. Of course, Wei Hang doesn't even come to class, so how would he know who that boy was? Then Enning immediately asks Wei Hang, "So do you know anything else about him? Do you remember anything about his hair color or anything?" Wei Hang doesn't know that either, which makes Enning even sadder. Here, Wei Hang explains to him, We'll find proof. But Enning sadly tells him, our friend Tao has gotten trapped without any fault. I feel really bad for him. Here, Wei Hang also says, I'm sure it wasn't Tao. Enning asks, why are you so sure? Wei Hang says, because it feels that way to me, and my intuition is never wrong. Enning says, we're going to become lawyers, but looking at you, it feels like you're going to become a tantric because no one will believe this thing of yours. Here Enning asks him, tell me, what is our plan exactly? How will we catch the one who did this? Then Wei Hang says, I'll tell you next time. Enning asks, but why aren't you telling me now? Wei Hang says, the right time hasn't come yet. Then Enning says, okay, all this, come on. Let's eat something together. But then Wei Hang remembers that last night he invited Enning to his house, but Enning refused to come. So this time, Wei Hang also refuses him and leaves from there. Enning gets really surprised. Now in the next scene, we see Enning in the cafeteria area, but as soon as he arrives there is a lot of commotion. And then Enning finds out that those girls have posted about Tao. Everyone now knows that Tao did it, and from all their talks, Enning realizes that this isn't the first time Simeon has peeked into their washroom. He gets a chance to collect proof. Here we see some girls talking about Tao, saying that people are trying to defend him. But to us, it feels like Tao is the one who peeks into the washroom, and his friends, Enning and Wei Hangari, just lying to save him. Hearing this, Enning doesn't feel good at Alan goes straight to talk to that girl. Enning tells the girl, according to Article 291 in the Criminal Code, this is a very big defamation till you have proof. You can't accuse him. Don't you think you're forcing all the blame on Tao? While the poor guy is the victim who came there to help you? The girls immediately apologize to Enning for gossiping. Now, it's lunchtime. Enning asks his friend, can we go eat lunch with Tao? His friend says, why are you so sure that Tao wasn't the one? While everyone is talking against him, I know you feel bad for him. But until now, no proof has been found to prove him innocent. So, if we sit and eat with him, people will talk about us too. Enning tells him, I understand what you're saying, but I was there. I saw that person running away, and even knowing everything. If I accuse Tao, it would be completely wrong. If I know the truth, I'll stand with Tao even against everyone. And Enning tells him, if you don't know the truth, at least you should trust your friend. But here, his friend still tries to explain that if you support Tao, people will talk against you too. So take care of yourself. But our Enning isn't going to listen to anyone. His eyes fall on Tao, who is sitting alone eating sadly. Enning goes and sits with him to eat. Tao gets really surprised and tells him, you're really nice. When I'm all alone here, you're the only one who wants to help me. Enning tells him, it's not a big deal. And then a message from Wei Hang comes to Enning that he has found that boy. Wei Hang has sent a photo taken from behind of that girl, and Enning remembers that this is the same boy Enning saw outside the washroom. Here, Tao immediately recognizes the boy and says, he's not from our class, nor from our school. I think he's from our rival school or maybe a senior. Now Enning starts thinking how to collect proof against that boy, but then Tao gives him an idea. Why don't we check the class schedule to see which class wasn't happening at that time? So a student from there could be roaming outside? This idea sounds really good to Enning too. He immediately takes Tao to his friend and says, we have a clue. After that, Enning, Tao, and Anning's friend Sheng Han start collecting proof together and gathering all the information. Then Tao tells him, even if we find out about him, if he's a senior, We won't be able to do anything. Sheng Han says, I have many senior friends, so I'll ask them for help. You guys just find his details. Tao gets really happy. Sheng Han apologizes to Tao for suspecting him. Then we see Ningwo tells Wei Hang all about his planning. Now, Wei Hang asks, Anning, so how are we going to collect proof? Do you have any plan in mind? And Sheng Han was also asking Anning the same thing. Then Wei Hang gives them an idea. Why don't we install a camera outside the washroom? It will be a secret camera. We'll be able to capture that boy in it. Sheng Han immediately asks, but isn't this illegal? Anning says, make the illegal legal. That's what law is for. And Anning says, even if installing a camera is illegal, if we use it for a good purpose, there won't be any charges. And Wei Hang is smiling at Anning's intelligence. Now, in the next scene, we see Anning going to tell that girl about his plan too and about the camera. He tells her, we'll behave like normal, and we'll find that boy at any cost. Here the girl thanks Anning a lot for helping and goes to tell the other girls too. Anning happily writes his entire plan on a paper and gives it to them. Then Anning comes back to his friends and tells them that the girl has also agreed to install the camera because they couldn't install it outside the ladies' washroom themselves, so the rest will be handled by their classmates. Here we see Tao, who hugs Anning happily and says, you helped me a lot. Anning tells him, stop crying, it wasn't a big deal. Here Tao is so happy that he says, come on, I'll treat you all. But Anning tells him, we don't need to celebrate so soon. First we have to catch that person, then we'll celebrate. But Tao is insisting a lot that we should party today itself. Here, Anning can't refuse him and agrees. Then he asks Wei Hang if he'll come with them. Wei Hang says he can't go cause the counselor is calling him. Here, Sheng Han and Tao try a lot to convince Wei Hang, but Wei Hang tells them, my meeting with the counselor is very important. So I'll party with you guys next time. And Wei Hang starts leaving from there. But then he turns back. On scene looks towards Anning. Anning understands what he means without him saying it. Tells him the way to the counselor's office. This makes everyone look at them in surprise. A smile appears on Wei Hang's face, and he tells them, will you guys wait for me a little? Wei Hang has also become ready to celebrate with them, which makes the three of them really happy. Here, we see Wei Hang thinking, I don't know why I couldn't refuse Anning, and in the end, I had to say yes. Now after a while, we see Wei Hang has come after meeting the counselor. Anning asks him about it. Wei Hang says, the counselor wants me to come back and live in the dormitory. Then Tao immediately says to him, Da Ji, so what are you going to do now? Guys, in Chinese, Da Ji means big brother. Here, Wei Hang gets really surprising big brother from his mouth. Tao says, you're much taller than me. That's why I'm calling you Da Ji. Here Wei Hang says, by this logic, all of you should call me Da Ji, and he tells all of them to call him Big Bro. Here, Sheng Han immediately asks him about his birthday. Sheng Han says, first, tell us your birth date. If you're older than me, I'll definitely call you Big Brother. But Wei Hang is only noticing closeness between Anning and Sheng Han. Then he tells his birthday, because of which everyone starts calling him Da Ji. Here, he looks towards Anning too and tells him, call me Ji. But then the school bell rings, and Anning gets saved from saying it. The poor guy got really panicked. Then Tao asks them, what do you want to eat? Today's party is on me. Then they start telling about their food. And Anning is also about to tell. Then we see Wei Hang coming very close to him and saying, "Help me too. I want to eat the same thing you want to eat. So, what are you going to eat?" But Anning is extremely surprised by Wei Hang coming so close and can't say anything. And here today's chapter ends. At the start of the chapter, we see Anning and his friends eating lunch together after solving Tao's problem. Here, Anning's attention is less on the food and more on Wei Hang, and he's busy praising his beautiful face. Then Tao notices that some girls are secretly taking pictures of Wei Hang. He tells Wei Hang about it. Wei Hang says, "I'm used to it now, so it doesn't bother me." This surprises Tao a lot, and he thinks, "Do you really not feel uncomfortable?" Sheng Han immediately says, "Fatty, you won't understand. Wei Hang has always been handsome. Girls have always been after him. Just look at his face once. How could anyone not fall in love with him?" After hearing the praise, Wei Hang says thank you. In the middle of all this, Tao suddenly asks Anning, "Tell us, what do you think of Wei Hang?" Poor Anning gets so panicked that all the juice spills out of his mouth, and he looks at Wei Hang in shock. Here, we see Wei Hang smiling, waiting for Anning's answer. Anning is extremely nervous and thinks, they're right. Wei Hang is really extremely handsome. Then Sheng Han stops them from teasing Anning and says, "Anning is already so panicked. We shouldn't ask him anything more." Suddenly, someone's foot touches Anning from below. Anning gets really startled. Sheng Han asks him, "What happened to you?" Wei Hang says, "I accidentally stepped on his foot," and starts apologizing. Then Tao says, "I noticed your legs are really long too. You're completely an athlete." Wei Hang says, "No, I'm just average." Here Tao asks, "Have you ever climbed snowy mountains?" Wei Hang tells him about Mount Makalu, which is a snowy mountain. Anning also says, "Yes, Mount Makalu is much more dangerous than Mount Everest." Wei Hang says, "Yes, exactly. It's the only mountain where I really struggled to climb. And I even lost the competition." In the middle of this conversation, Anning finds out Wei Hang's Instagram handle name and thinks, so that's why Wei Hang named his account The Cliff, because it's related to rock climbing. He smiles and thinks, "I never thought Wei Hang could be so childish." Then Tao tells Wei Hang, "I want to do rock climbing too. Teach me." Wei Hang says, "You won't be able to do it." Tao says, "You haven't even taught me yet, so how can you say that?" Wei Hang says, "Let's arm wrestle. If you beat me even once, I'll teach you." So now, there's going to be an arm wrestling competition between them. Anning already knows who is going to win. We see Tao grabbing Wei Hang's hand and getting shocked, saying, "Da Ji, why are you so hard?" Hearing this, Wei Hang's throat tightens, and Anning's mouth goes dry. Tao clarifies immediately, "I was talking about your hand." Tao clarifies again, "I was talking about the hand. You people have dirty minds." Wei Hang breathes a sigh of relief and says, "All rock climbers have hands like this." Then the competition starts between them, and as everyone expected, Wei Hang wins very easily. Here Sheng Han locks Tao's arm and says, "You only know how to talk big." Then Wei Hang tells them, "You don't need to worry. If you want to learn, I can still teach you. Just make time and come to me." Sheng Han and Tao agree. Then Wei Hang asks Anning, "Do you want to come too?" Anning gets really surprised and doesn't know what to answer. He says, "But I have class at that time." Wei Hang says, "Come whenever you have time." Then Tao tells Anning, "Class? Topper. You always top anyway, so why worry about studies?" Sheng Han also convinces him, "Come on, let's go together. It'll be a lot of fun." And he immediately puts Anning and Wei Hang's hands together and says, Wei Hang, you have to pass the exam too. Wei Hang immediately pulls his hand back and says, okay, I'll try my best for this too. Anning has also fully agreed to go with them. Then Wei Hang tells Anning, will you help me with my studies and give me your notes? Shang Han and Tao immediately take advantage and say, we want your notes too. Anning is ready to give everyone. But Wei Hang immediately says, I'll only take Anning's notes, and the poor guys back off in fear. Now, in the next scene, we see Tao and Shang Han in Anning's room. Anning is studying, but Tao and Shang Han are looking at the camera. Shang Han says, a whole month has passed, but we still haven't caught that pervert. But luckily this time, Tao found him. They see in the camera that this is the boy Wo was peeking into the girls' washroom. They immediately Dechidato report him to the police. Shang Han says, that boy installed a camera in the girls' washroom. Now, he'll get a really good punishment. Anning immediately tells this to Wei Hang too. Here, Anning, while eating, sends a voice recording to Wei Hang. And Wei Hang is really happy. Now in the next scene, we see Anning, Tao, and Shang Han coming out of the police station. They have given their testimony against that boy. Shang Han immediately goes to buy juice. We see Tao thanking Anning from the bottom of his heart and saying, when no one believed in me, you were the only one who trusted me. Thank you so much. Anning tells him, I'm a law student, so I only believe in the truth. Hearing this, Tao gets very emotional and immediately hugs him. In the meantime, Shang Han arrives and sees them hugging. The poor guy thinks in China, this hasn't even started yet. What are these people doing in public? Then he tells them, friends, I know you're really excited, but doing this outside the police station doesn't look good at all. Don't you think people will misunderstand seeing you hug like this? But then Tao immediately goes and hugs Shang Han too and says, thank you so much too. And then he immediately says to give them a party, which Shang Han also agrees to. Then Tao tells Anning to invite Wei Hang to the group chat, because only Anning can do that. But poor Anning is panicked. What if Wei Hang doesn't listen to me? Now, the next scene starts in class. We see Anning still thinking how to invite Wei Hang to the group chat. He looks at Wei Hang and starts staring. But as soon as Wei Hang looks towards him, he turns away in panic. Here, Wei Hang doesn't understand what kind of behavior this is from Anning. Anning is thinking, we're not even that close that I can invite him to the group chat. But he also remembers Tao's words that they are all friends and should be in one group. Anning is really confused about what to do, is sitting very worried. But Wei Hang is noticing all this and smiling. Then we see Wei Hang immediately getting up to leave. Before going, he looks at Anning once. Just him coming close makes Anning completely panic. Wei Hang leaves from there, and Anning doesn't understand anything. He thinks, how should I talk to Wei Hang? Then Anning messages Wei Hang. Everyone wants you to join the group chat, but if you don't want to come, no problem. I'll explain to them. After sending the message, Anning breathes a sigh of relief. But he's waiting for Wei Hang's reply every 5 minutes. He doesn't get a reply from Wei Hang the whole day. After going home, after eating, he's only waiting for Wei Hang's reply. Even before sleeping at night, he's waiting for Wei Hang's reply. But when he wakes up the next morning, he realizes that Wei Hang hasn't replied yet. But after a while, he sees that Wei Hang has joined the group chat. This makes him really surprised and extremely happy. Then we see a scene a few hours later. In the group chat, they have talked a lot, and everyone together decided that they will go rock climbing. Wei Hang has sent them the location, and everything and invited them. They are also inviting Anning. Anning says, Today is Sunday, so I can make some time. And this scene cuts here. In the next scene, we see Wei Hang sitting at his job place, looking at his phone and smiling. Then his coach comes there and says, "So now, you have friends. Since when did you join a group chat?" This makes Wei Hang panic a lot. He immediately moves away from his coach and says, "What are you doing?" The coach teases him, "Don't pretend in front of me. I know you're definitely hiding something." Here, Wei Hang doesn't give any answer. Then we see a girl climbing there. She shouts, "You crazy people, get your asses here and help me. Can't you see how important work I'm doing?" The coach shouts back at the girl, "Stop shouting. Wei Hang isn't paying attention to you at all. He's giving all his attention to his phone." The girl shouts, "Wei Hang, what are you doing there? You idiot. Why do you think I pay you money?" But here, Wei Hang ignores her words like, "If you people want to subscribe to my channel, then quickly go and subscribe." Anyway, moving forward in the story, Wei Hang goes to her and says, "Why are you shouting? I can't always watch you. You have to learn to climb higher on your own." The girl says, "You're my coach, and I pay you money for this. And in Cherry's mind, it's running. If you weren't handsome, I wouldn't waste money on you." Then the girl shouts, "How do I climb higher? I can't reach there." Wei Hang says, "Why use so much brain for this? Just jump and reach there." The girl says, "Are you blind in real life too, along with being blind in intelligence? Can't you see I'm a girl? I can't jump that high." Wei Hang tells her, "I'm telling you the way. Use it." The girl says, "And if I fail and fall, if something happens to my face, who will take responsibility?" Wei Hang says, "You're not climbing Mount Everest. If you fall from where you are, it won't even hurt like a needle prick." The girl gets filled with anger and says, "What kind of guy are you? You don't even know how to talk to girls. Don't you know you have to behave kindly with girls?" Here the coach says, "Where is the girl? I don't see any girl." "My dear niece, since when did you become a girl? In girls' antics, all you know is getting angry." The girl says, "Shut your nonsense, uncle, or I'll come down and beat you." And then the girl tells Wei Hang, "If I fall, you'll have to treat me." Wei Hang goes to her and says, "Okay, if you fall, I'll feed you." Here we see the coach, whose eyes go to Wei Hang, and he realizes that Wei Hang deliberately went there so that if the girl falls, he can immediately hug and save her. Here he starts thinking, the way he's protecting my niece, is something going on between these two? Here the girl immediately tells Wei Hang, "You're saying this on purpose, right? Because you know I'll definitely fall." Wei Hang says, "Okay, come on. If you fall, I'll do whatever you say." The girl happily agrees and says, "If you back out of your words, I'll chase you and beat you." And here her uncle is thinking, "This foolish girl doesn't know anything. I'll have to teach her everything." Here we see the girl immediately jumping on Wei Hang's words. She thinks she's going to fall now, but she immediately reaches there and grabs the rock. This makes her really happy. Then the girl goes to Wei Hang and says, "Whatever you're earning for freebie being my instructor, I know everything. Till now, you haven't taught me anything. I'm doing all the work myself." Wei Hang ignores her words and thinks, "My teacher taught me exactly like this too." Wei Hang tells her, "My teacher taught me exactly like this too." The girl immediately says, "So your teacher must have been a scammer, just like you." But hearing his teacher's insult, Wei Hang starts glaring at her in anger. The girl says, "Hey, I was just joking," and Wei Hang calms down. Here, the girl is thinking, "I got so scared." Then she immediately goes to Wei Hang and says, "I want to take a picture with you." Wei Hang says, "Do whatever you want, quickly." And the girl immediately takes a picture with Wei Hang. Wei Hang doesn't say anything about it. Here the girl says, The world won't end if you smile for my picture. But look at you, you're giving expressions in the picturious. If a beautiful girl like me tortured you to take this picture, Wei Hang says. Which person takes a picture with their money-making machine? He says this because he is her coach and she pays him money. The girl understands and gets surprise. Here the coach comes and says, the sun can rise from the west. But Wei Hang can't smile. I've never seen him smile till today. And then the girl says, you ice block. Because of this dirty expression, I can't even post this picture. Then Wei Hang says, shut your nonsense. Here, Wei Hang ignores her words like, if you want to like my video, then quickly go and like it. Moving forward in the story, Wei Hang says, do whatever you want. Anyway, no one knows you, so no one is going to see that picture. This makes the girl really angry. She flares up and says, Wei Hang, you bastard. I curse you. You'll never get a girlfriend. And you'll die alone. Here the poor uncle is stopping her and says, all handsome boys are like this. Exactly. Uncle said it right. Exactly right. Here, Wei Hang gets surprised hearing her words and thinks, I'll never get any partner. This is good for me. I like staying alone anyway. Then in the next scene, we see Wei Hang talking to his coach. He tells him about his friends who are coming to Murado do tracking with him. The coach gets surprised and says, those people are still beginners. Their coming isn't good at all. Wei Hang says, who said their coming isn't good? Hearing this, the coach gets really surprised and says, has the sun risen from the west? Since when do you have friends? Wei Hang tells him that these are his college friends. So the coach gets even more surprised and says, in school you used to stay away from everyone. Now you're making friends. How did this happen? Here, Wei Hang immediately remembers Anning. A smile appears on his face, and he says, it just happened like this. Here the coach gets really surprised and says, are my eyes deceiving me? Here the girl also looks in shock and says, is that ice block smiling? And here the chapter ends. Today's chapter begins where Wei Hang's coach asks him, are they just your friends? Where Wei Hang says if not friends, then what else would they be? On which the coach starts thinking that he is trying to hide his girlfriend. Or here, the coach asks, have your friends done rock climbing before? In which he says no. On which the coach says we cannot bring newbie people like Thisher. Wei Hang says, after all, what is the problem in newbie people? On which the coach himself starts thinking that he has completely changed since his girlfriend Kama here. Wei Hang, seeing the coach smiling in a strange way, immediately asks, why are you laughing? In which the coach says nothing. I'm just happy for you. In which Wei Hang says, do not smile like this. You look very ugly. And then he immediately leaves from there, and he is going to practice. Then his coach stops him and says, do you not think you should wear protective gears? In which Wei Hang says, I do not need it. On which the coach starts getting angry, and we see Wei Hang starts climbing straight up without any safety. Here the coach shouts at him, be careful. I do not want to take you to hospital. Here Wei Hang starts saying there will be no need for Thaden, which the coach starts leaving from there. Then suddenly Wei Hang remembers a scene from the past where he sees his master falling from the mountain, and the story shifts to the past where we see that after falling from the mountain, Wei Hang's master had become very badly injured, but he was explaining to Wei Hang that it is not your fault in this. So do not regret. And the scene immediately comes to present where Wei Hang tells us that after that day I have practiced a lot till Todai and never going to fall now. The next scene starts directly with morning where we see Aoning and his friends who had reached Wei Hang's club starts thinking that we have come quite early. Then suddenly, the coach comes out from inside, on which all those people start looking towards him. Here the coach is also looking towards them, and then asks, what are you kids doing here so early in the morning? Then one friend of Aoning there tells that Wei Hang has invited a sharing, which the coach does not look happy at. He starts looking around them, and he does not see any girl. So he thinks, I thought girlfriend was coming after all. Where is his girlfriend? In Themno? In the next scene we see that after scolding Wei Hang for times, the coach starts moving towards the mountain with his friend Sand, then starts thinking that my niece was right, Wei Chang will always remain single after which the next scene is shown to usual those. People had reached the hiking location here. They had done some climbing, in which we see that Bao had become quite tired and Aoning was supporting him, and now Aoning feels that he will not have to climb anymore. And the coach shows him towards the mountain and says you have to climb it. After seeing which the condition of these three becomes bad. Anyway, then again Aoning's eyes go towards Wei Hang, where we see Wei Hang, who is looking quite stylish and was wearing his hiking gear here. The coach again goes to talk to Wei Hang, where Wei Hang tells that only a little time has passed since he Kamino. We see Aoning, whose eyes go to the hook fixed on top of the mountain here. Wei Hang tells him that he and his master had fixed that hook, in which Aoning gets surprised. And Wei Hang tells him, by the way, this mountain was not used for climbing, but I and my teacher had found this place since then. This is our secret bazaar. Wei Hang is telling him many more things, but Aoning's eyes go to Wei Hang's clothes, and Aoning starts thinking that why is Wei Hang wearing climbing gear over his clothes sheer. Aoning asks what is the name of this place. On this Wei Hang tells I had named this place. Its name is Theek. Thockening does not understand anything. He asks, what did you say in this? He says, I have named this place Theek Thocken, which Aoning starts laughing. And Wei Hang tells that my teacher had also named used to call it Young Fingerson, which Aoning says, your teacher must have been a very good person, on which Wei Hang becomes sad and says my teacher used to be a very good person. Aoning realizes from his talks that Wei Hang has been climbing for 3 years. That is why he asks in surprise, and he says, is it true in this? Wei Hang tells, yes, when I was 15 years old. Since then, I'm here for Klimbeer again. Aoning starts thinking, who knows what I was doing 3 years ago. Our worlds are completely different. Then we see Wei Hang, who asks Aoning, do you have any other question? Here again we see Aoning, who starts asking some questions related to hiking, but Wei Hang is noticing that whenever Aoning talks to him, he touches his glasses, and he starts thinking either he feels awkward talking to me or his glasses are quite heavy. Then we see a boy comes and starts calling Wei Hang, and Wei Hang tells Aoning that he is his partner and both of them are going to climb together, after which Wei Hang starts removing his clothes, and we see that he was looking quite good in it. And Aoning directly holds his clothes and starts pulling, on which Wei Hang gets quite surprised, and he thinks I was going to keep this cloth, but Aoning was lost, and he holds the clothes. Wei Hang says thank you to him, and Aoning says give your besno. Aoning is staring at Wei Hang, and he thinks that how good he is and how tall he is. Whatever he has worn looks quite good on him. If I had worn those gears, then I would not even be able to walk. Then we see his coach comes there, who makes him wear the helmet, and the coach then starts telling everyone that no matter how you do climbing, wearing helmet is necessary. And then it starts reminding us that in the past his teacher used to be exactly like Fish, also always used to tell him to wear helmet during climbing, but I used to be quite stubborn, and I did not like wearing helmet. And we see the story comes to present, and Wei Hang had now gone to climb the mountain, where Aoning also starts thinking about him. On here we see Wei Hang, who without wasting time starts climbing straight where Aoning was just looking at him in surprise. And we see Wei Hang, who is climbing that mountain without fear, without any trouble here. All this feels quite a lot to Aoning here. Aoning is getting quite surprised from this, and he looks quite Impressed seeing Wei Hang is seeing a panther inside Wei Hangen. The other side, Wei Hang's fans are taking his pictures. And Wei Hang's partner was managing the rope after, which we again see that now Wei Hang had started facing some trouble and the coach is telling all of them that he will handle it. And they tell that Wei Hang has now become expert in this. Then we suddenly see that Wei Hang starts slipping from there. And Aoning had become quite scared. All those people get quite scared, but Wei Hang immediately held a rock and hung there. And Aoning was just holding his breath looking at him. Only his heartbeat had increased a lot. Wei Hang handles himself now and starts climbing once again. Here, the teacher tells that he has reached his position, but Wei Hang is quite expert in this, will complete the climbing very quickly, and will reach the top once again. Then everyone's eyes fall that Wei Hang had already reached quite close. Here, we see Wei Hang, who is thinking that now can reach up very easily. Then suddenly, he starts remembering his teacher, and he immediately leaves this thought because maybe Wei Hang had some trauma related to his teacher. That is why he did not want to climb it. Then Aoning encourages him and says, Wei Hang, you should climb up. Go quickly. And here Aoning is cheering for Wei Hang quite happily, from which suddenly all the energy comes back in Wei Hang. And he starts smiling. Here, all the people are saying why Wei Hang is not climbing. Deepening also feels that maybe Wei Hang has got tired, but we see that hearing Aoning's voice, Wei Hang had started climbing again, from which Aoning becomes quite happy. And we see finally Wei Hang has reached the mountain top, and there he is standing in a heroic pose, and Aoning, standing below, is cheering him the most by shouting loudly. And Wei Hang is also looking towards Aoning from above. And with this, today's chapter ends. Today's chapter starts, and we see that Wei Hang was looking very handsome on top of the mountain, and Aoning was cheering for him a lot from below. After which Wei Hang looks at him and immediately starts coming down, where Aoning was running towards him because he wanted to reach him first. And we see that Wei Hang's fans had already reached him, so Aoning thinks I will go later. Here, we see that Wei Hang's partner also comes and starts praising him. Wei Hang also praises him. Then both of them talk, and Wei Hang's assistant leaves from there. After which we see that Aoning comes to Wei Hang and gives him water to drink. Wei Hang drinks the water, then he also asks Aoning, do you want to drink? Aoning refuses. So Wei Hang says, I'm going to wash my hands with this water, so you will not be able to drink it. On which Aoning says okay, you can wash, and then he himself takes the bottle and starts washing Wei Hang's hands. And he was staring at him. Both of them wanted to talk. Then we see here he was about to say that when you were climbing the mountain, you were looking quite cool. But before he could complete his sentence, we see that Bao comes there, and he himself says you were looking very cool. And he comes between both of their talks, and poor Aoning is not able to continue his sentence. Here we again see Bao, who is complimenting Wei Hang a lot. Then Sengen comes there and says, why are you so obsessed with handsome boys? And we see Sengen and Bao start arguing again as usual, and Aoning and Wei Hang are watching them. Then Aoning's eyes fall that Wei Hang is injured, so he gets quite scared, and immediately holds his hand and says, did you get hurt? Why did you not tell me? And he immediately looks at his hand and says, I will have to apply medicine on it. Then he realizes that he has held Wei Hang's hands without his permission. Both of them start looking at each other, and Aoning thinks, since when have I become so bold that I silently held his hands? I cannot even talk to him properly, and I held his hands. Now, Aoning immediately lets go of Wei Hang's hand with a jerk, and says I will bring bandage for you. Where we see Wei Hang had now started smiling, and tells him I'm not feeling any pain at all. In the meantime, all the friends start talking to each other. Then Aoning asks him how did it feel after reaching the top of the mountain. Then we see that suddenly Wei Hang starts moving close to Aoning. On this, Aoning gets scared and asks what happened. Then Wei Hang points towards his glasses and says, there is dust on them. This time Aoning immediately takes them off to clean. And Wei Hang tells him when I'm coming down, do not come near me, otherwise dust will fall on you. And he immediately takes out a piece of his hairband and gives it to Aoning and tells him clean it with this. Aoning gets quite surprised because we see Wei Hang had given him a piece of his cloth. Now, in the next scene, we see Aoning, who is running out from there because the poor guy got stuck in traffic. And he also had to go to teach his student. And we see he reaches the mother of his student while running, where that lady says you do not need to worry if you get a little late. It is fine. But then his student starts saying, "Oh, Frogface, do you know my mom had to leave her appointment and come here so that she could drop me to you?" On which his mom tells him, "You feeling like getting beaten? I have told you not to talk to elders like this." And that child was not going to listen at all, and Aoning had already got used to it. After which, in the next scene, we see Aoning who is teaching that child, but his attention is not at all on that child, where that child asks what were you doing since morning, but Aoning was lost in thoughts of Wei Hang. So that child shouts, "I asked what were you doing since morning," and Aoning gets scared, and that child says, "What are you thinking?" On which Aoning thinks, now what should I tell? And he says, "Even if I tell, you will not understand." And he asks him, "So tell me what you are not understanding in studies." On this, the child says, "I do not understand anything. The studies and all is useless. I do not want to become a good student." On which Aoning asks him why. After all, why do you not want to study? And why do you not want to become a good student? On which that boy says, "Because good students do not get girlfriends. They always remain busy in studies only." Here, the cute smile on Aoning's face suddenly disappears, and he thinks this small packet is opening the doti, and he immediately tells him, "How do you know that I do not have a girlfriend? And do you not think you are quite small for all these things?" Then that child's eyes fall on Aoning's hands, where a piece of hairband is tied, and he says, "You have a girlfriend. After all, who gave this to you?" On which Aoning gets scared and steps back and says, "Stop your nonsense. I do not have any girlfriend." On which that child says, "I already knew that. That is why I do not want to study." And then he immediately says, "If I do not study like this and remain a bad student, then I will get a lot of girlfriends." And Aoning again starts thinking, this is a big blast in the name of small packet. Now, the next scene shows us Aoning's home, where poor Aoning is trying to sleep. But that child's words are roaming in his entire mind, that he does not have any girlfriend, and the poor guy is not able to sleep. And the next day, he thinks, because of that child, I did not get any sleep at all. And then we see he came with his friends to eat. Then those people notice that Wei Hang had not come there today either. But Wei Hang had asked Aoning about attendance. So Aoning had said, "Do not worry, I will make it." And he asks him, "Why did you not come today after all?" On which Wei Hang tells that I was sleeping and I could not wake up, because of which Aoning starts laughing. Seeing Aoning smiling, his friend asks him, "Aoning, everything fine above. Why are you showing teeth without any reason?" On which Aoning says, laughing, "There is nothing." Then we see Bao gets quite worried and he shouts, "Aoning, one more new gossip has spread in our school." On which Aoning asks him now what happened. On which Bao tells that now gossip is spreading in school that a lady from a very rich family is supporting a boy. She is sponsoring him, and those people start talking that some child of the school is taking advantage of a rich lady. And as soon as Aoning sees that lady, he gets quite surprised, because this lady is his student's mom. Here Aoning starts getting very angry, knowing this, that people are saying cheap things about her without knowing her. So he starts defending her and he gets quite worried that now how will he handle this situation, and thinks it is good that Miss Kyan cannot see this. If she sees this message, she would feel very bad. Now, in the next scene, we see Aoning is leaving from there. Then a guy bumps into him, and Aoning's phone falls. As soon as Aoning turns and looks towards him, he gets quite scared. And we see that boy who was none other than that pervert who used to peep into girls' washroom and install cameras and all. Aoning also immediately recognizes him. Here we see Aoning, who is thinking, did he bump into me on purpose? And he starts looking at his phone, which had broken. Then we see Lady Kanfai comes there, who asks Aoning what happened. On which Aoning tells nothing, just my phone has broken. Then Lady Kanfai offers Aoning a ride, and Aoning sits in the car, after which we see that Lady Kanfai tells Aoning, I will buy you a phone, which phone do you use? But Aoning starts refusing for this, and says, I will get the phone repaired. But we see Kanfai, who looks at Aoning's phone and understands that he has been using this phone for almost 5 years, and she immediately starts taking Aoning from there. Now, in the next scene, we see Aoning, who gets down from the car, and is going to get his phone repaired. And here, Kanfai asks him, do you need my help? But Aoning refuses, and Kanfai starts leaving from there. Then we see Aoning, who is hesitating a lot, and Kanfai also understands by looking at him that he wants to say something, and she asks him what happened after all. But Aoning tells her that on the school forum some people are saying bad things about you. Here, Aoning tells her that people in the campus are misunderstanding you after seeing, where Kanfai understands his words quite easily, and says I understood, I will take care of this matter, and she immediately leaves from there. And before leaving, she is calling someone. Here, before leaving, she was talking on call with a person that she wants to find. Someone. And Aoning had also heard her talk, and he thinks, after all, who is Miskin looking for? Now in the next scene, Aoning comes to his class, and he was quite surprised to see that Wei Hang had also come to class today. He immediately goes to Wei Hang, and while returning his cloth says, you can keep it. Here we see Wei Hang, who takes his cloth, but he immediately starts smelling it, and says, did you wash it? But Aoning gets quite surprised that why is Wei Hang smelling it after all. Here Wei Hang, while smelling the cloth, says it is smelling quite good. I mean, the surf you used to wash. It must be quite good. Now in the next scene, we see Aoning is thinking about this scene the whole day. That why did Wei Hang smell that cloth after all? Then we see Bao, who is looking at Aoning's new phone and asks him, did you buy a new phone? On this, Aoning tells no, my phone had broken, so the mom of the child I teach gifted me this phone. And here, we see Lady Kanfai giving this phone to Aoning, but Aoning was refusing for it. But Lady Kanfai says, do not worry, I'm not giving you any new phone. This is my old phone. Only you can keep it. But that small child comes and says, keep it quietly, frog face. Otherwise my mom will buy you a new phone. So Aoning cannot do anything now. He has to keep it. Where Bao gets quite surprised after seeing that phone, because that phone was really very expensive. But then Sengen takes the phone from his hands and tells Aoning you should not show this phone to everyone, otherwise people will misunderstand you. On this, Aoning gets confused. Now, Sengen tells Aoning, you already know what kind of things people are saying on the school forum. That is why you should not show this phone to many people. And Aoning tells him, I know that people are making up things. But for me, this is just a gift which my student's mom gave me, which Sengen says only we know this thing. School children will not understand you and will blame you wrongly. On which Aoning tells him, okay, I understood. Now, in the next scene, we see that their physical education class is going on. And here, the teacher tells them to do exercises. But Aoning had already got tired just by hearing the name. Now in the next scene, we see Wei Hang's turn comes, and he asks the teacher, how many pull-ups do I have to do? On this, the teacher tells him to do 30. Here, all the people start cheering for him, and Aoning thinks these many pull-ups are nothing for Wei Hang and he will do it in a snap. On this, we see Wei Hang really goes and does the pull-ups quite easily, and he is not putting any effort in it at all. And he does pull-ups till 29 and then leaves it, where all the people start talking about him, that why did he not complete the pull-ups? The teacher also asks him the same, so Wei Hang says, I have already got 90 points for it, so I do not need 100 out of 100. And here the hearts of these poor people break. And here Aoning starts thinking, as I had expected from him, he did the same. Now, the next turn comes to Aoning, and Wei Hang starts looking towards him. As Aoning is moving forward, Wei Hang asks him, do you want me to hold your glasses? On this, Aoning says there is no need for this anyway, I will not be able to do pull-ups. And Wei Hang wishes him good luck. Now, In the next scene, we see Aoning, who was lying unconscious on the ground, because he had become unconscious as soon as he started. Here his friends are supporting him, and here Aoning says, "I have got badly tired." On which Shengyan says, "You had just started. Are you so weak?" And Shengyan says, "You should have refused from the starting itself, and should not have gone." But Aoning says, "I just wanted to see how much I can do." And in reality, what was going on in his mind was that Wei Hang is watching me, and he is encouraging me, so I have to do all this for him. And seeing Wei Hang only, he starts doing all this. Then we see in the next scene, there is a girl who finds a very expensive phone lying on the ground, and she starts asking everyone, "After all, whose phone is this?" Then Bao tells Aoning, "That is your phone, right?" Here, Aoning also gets scared that after all, what is his phone doing there? And those girls start checking his phone, and she thinks, after all, who can leave such an expensive phone here? Here, Aoning wanted to take his phone. If he asks for that phone in front of everyone, then people would suspect him and gossip. That is why he does not go there. And we see Wei Hang because he is quietly watching Aoning. And right here, today's chapter ends. Today's chapter starts, and we see that because of the fear of rumors, Aoning is not going to take his phone back. Wei Hang also notices this, and he immediately goes to that girl, and takes the phone from her, and says, "This is my phone." Where Songsha does not understand anything, and Wei Hang comes to him quietly, and gives him that phone, and says, "I think this is yours." After taking his phone, Aoning says thank you to him, and Wei Hang leaves from there. And Aoning is thinking that I should have been more careful. Now in the next scene, we see Wei Hang, who had come to the rehab with his teacher, where the lady tells him, "You always stay with the teacher. This way you will not get any girlfriend." Here, the teacher starts shouting at him and says, "You said absolutely right. Anyway, he can attract as many girls as he wants, but he never goes near anyone." On which that lady tells him, "You are acting very good. You have also not asked me for a date till today." On which the teacher cannot say anything. And we see, as soon as Wei Hang sits in the car, his teacher says, "Get out of here quickly." Here, we again see the teacher who tells Wei Hang that I am very lucky that I met that girl. Wei Hang, if you ever find someone you love, then never let her go. Here, the teacher keeps talking about his own things. Then he sees that Wei Hang is looking somewhere else and tells him, "What are you doing?" Then we look outside, where Aoning had come to meet that pretty lady, where that lady was giving him a gift. Seeing which Wei Hang gets very angry, and the teacher also notices all this and immediately says, "Are you looking at that beautiful girl?" But this is quite bad, because she is already married. But how bad that 2 years ago her husband passed away. Now, she has only her one child, but still you should not raise your eyes towards her. Where Wei Hang says, "I was just looking at her. This does not mean that I will immediately go to impress her." On which his teacher says, "You do not look at anyone, right? That is why I got quite surprised." Here Wei Hang tells him, "You know quite a lot about that girl. Who was that boy who was with her?" Where his teacher does not know anything about this, and he says maybe some relative of hers. And then the teacher says, "But both of them do not look alike, so they cannot be relatives." Which makes Wei Hang even more angry, and he immediately applies the brake. Because of which the teacher gets scared and says, "What are you doing all this?" But we see Wei Hang still quite annoyed. Now, we see Aoning, who had come back to his room. It had rained on the way, and he had got wet. He thinks that I borrowed Lady Canfai's clothes to save from rain. I have to return this then. As soon as he reaches his room, he meets his friends there. He goes to talk to them. Then Bao tells him something quite bad has happened. And Shengyan shows him a post which was made on the school forum, where as soon as Aoning sees it, he gets quite surprised, because in that post it was written that one student of our school who is studying on scholarship has an iPhone. Should such a rich child be given scholarship? And here, people are talking about Aoning only and giving a lot of abuses. Where we see Aoning who cannot say anything. He has got quite scared, and says, "After all, how did this happen?" Now, the next scene, we see Lady Canfai, who was giving a lift to one friend of Wei Hang, but someone was following them. Here Canfai says, Is he your boyfriend who is coming behind us? On which Wei Hang's friend says, come, let us trouble him. And she immediately starts teasing him. Now after some time, we see Wei Hang gets down and is taking out his helmet, and his friend comes and asks him, why were you following us? On which Wei Hang says, who said I was following you? On which that girl says, then were you following Lady Kai and Kai? Where? Wei Hang asks her, how do you know her? On which that girl tells him, have you fallen in love at first sight with her? But she is already married. On which Wei Hang says, I know, and then that girl tells, by the way, Lady Canfeng is nowadays seen with some college boy, and as soon as she remembers the university name, she recalls that Wei Hang also studies there and asks Wei Hang, do you know about this? On which Wei Hang tells yes, I know that boy. Now, in the next scene, we see Wei Hang doing training, where he was not able to focus at all. His boss also asks about him, so Wei Hang says I am just distracted. Here his coach also teases him and says, are you thinking about that pretty lady? On which Wei Hang says, after all, why are all of you talking about her? Only, I am not interested in her at all. On this his coach says, okay, do not lie to me. Here Wei Hang tells him, I am not like everyone. In this world, people show one thing and are something else. Animals are better than humans. At least they do not lie to me. On this, the teacher says, if you look into humans' eyes, you will know truth and lie. And we see Wei Hang, who starts remembering Aoning, and he is not able to understand anything. Here then, we see Aoning is messaging Wei Hang and calling him for class, and the coach also sees and understands that it was that glasses boy and starts asking about him, and says he is quite good. Right on which Wei Hang gets up and leaves and says you have nothing to do with this. Here in the next scene, we see Aoning, who is thinking Wei Hang neither came to class nor is replying to my message. After all, what is going on here? Then his eyes fall and we see Wei Hang is coming from the front. Here Aoning goes to talk to him, but Wei Hang, seeing the gift kept near him, says, this looks quite expensive. On which Aoning tells, this is not mine, I have to return it. Then we see, suddenly Wei Hang tells him, so are you going to return this expensive cloth along with your iPhone? If you have so much money that you can buy clothes and iPhone, then why do you study with scholarship? Do you not think that someone needy should get your scholarship instead of you? Because of which Aoning just keeps looking at him in surprise. But Aoning does not say a single word to him, and quietly leaves from there. Here only Wei Hang is running in his mind, and he thinks this is the first time Wei Hang has looked at me with so much hate. And Aoning looks quite disappointed, and he thinks, after all, how can he say such bad things to me when he does not know anything about me? Here Aoning is looking at that phone and thinking that all the trouble started after taking this phone. I will return it. Here, then, in the next scene, we see Aoning returns Canfai's phone and buys a cheap phone for himself, but he was quite happy with it too. But as soon as he turns on his new phone, there were many messages from Canfai, because she was asking him, after all, why did you return the phone? If there is any problem, then you can tell me. Here Aoning starts thinking that I have troubled Lady Canfai also. Here then, we see Canfai calls him, and Aoning tells her that I have bought a new phone. So I was returning your phone. On this, Canfai asks, was there any problem with my phone? On this, Aoning says no, it is just that I study in college on scholarship. So if people see a new phone with me that too so expensive, then they will make up things. On which Canfai asks him, has someone said something to you? On which Aoning says no, nothing like that. I just did not feel right taking that gift. On which Canfai gets very angry and says in anger, are you stupid? I gave you one of my old second-hand phones. You returned that and bought a new phone for yourself. Do you not think you are wasting money like this? You should save your money for your studies and food. You are just a student now. You cannot spend so uselessly. This Aoning says I understand. And in his mind only Wei Hang's words were running, where he had seen him with a lot of anger, and he cannot say anything. But we see Canfai, who immediately becomes calm, and says you should not pay attention to what others say. They do not know anything about you. The one who is just saying bad about you is cheap. He only knows how to bully others. You have not done anything bad. After this, Aoning says, I understood your words, and he says thank you to her and ends the call. Then Bao comes there and says, you bought a new phone again. On this, Aoning gives excuse. My old phone got lost. On which Bao says that was quite a good phone. Then Shengyan hits Bao and asks Aoning, you bought a new phone, do you have money to eat? Because all these new Aoning's financial condition, that sometimes the poor guy cannot even afford food. But Aoning assures him that everything is fine, he has money. Here, then Shengyan tells him, you always do this, you never tell us about your problems. We are your friends. We also want to help you. So whenever you have shortage of food or you have any problem, you can come and tell us. And Bao also tells him the same and says, I am always ready to feed you food. Now, in the next scene, we see someone comes there and throws the bag, because of which Aoning got quite scared. And we see Wei Hang comes there. But after seeing Wei Hang, Aoning's mood gets bad and he becomes quite sad. Where Bao starts talking to Wei Hang, but Sengen pulls him away. Meanwhile, Aoning, sitting behind, is thinking it will be good if he does not see me. Otherwise, it will become quite awkward. Now, in the next scene, we see the teacher who was teaching. Then he sees Wei Hang and says, you handsome boy who sometimes attends class, give me the answer of that question. On which Wei Hang says, I do not know. The teacher gets angry. Here, the teacher asks Wei Hang a question. A case of bullying and sexual assault has come in school, where both victims are boys, so tell, what is your opinion on this? After all, how should we handle this case? On which Wei Hang says the answer is simple. We should immediately finish that boy who did the assault. Here all the people start supporting him, and Bao tells Aoning he should have been a superhero, not a lawyer. And Aoning starts laughing on this. So Wei Hang starts staring at him, and Aoning gets quite scared and says, I was not laughing at you. Then we see Bao, who asks Wei Hang for lunch. But Aoning was feeling quite awkward, and he thinks that if I am here, Wei Hang will not go with us. Then Wei Hang first looks at him and then says, okay, I will come with you. Because of which Aoning gets quite surprised, and Aoning is looking towards Wei Hang in quite confusion. And right here, today's chapter ends. Chapter starts, and we see Aoning has gone out for dinner with all his friends, but he was worried about how many things Wei Hang had said to him. Now, the situation between them is going to become quite awkward. Then we see Bao notices that the green light has come, and we see that he and Sengen immediately cross the light. And as Aoning is about to cross the road, the light turns red and cars start moving there. But before anything bad could happen, we see Wei Hang pulls Aoning back. Aoning immediately moves away from Wei Hang and apologizes to. Now, we see a restaurant scene, where Bao calls both of them, and Aoning and Wei Hang had also reached there. Here, after seeing Aoning's phone, Wei Hang says, did you buy a new phone again? Here, Aoning does not understand what answer he should give to this. He wanted to clear this misunderstanding. And Wei Hang also asks Aoning, what do you want to order? And Shengyan also notices this awkwardness between both of them. Then Bao starts ordering food there. In the meantime, we see Wei Hang takes out a bottle of beer there, because of which all those people become quite happy. Here those people ask Aoning, can you drink? For which Aoning says, yes. But we see that only after 20 minutes, he becomes completely drunk with just one glass. Here all those people start saying that even if Aoning is a top student, he is not top in drinking. On the other side, Shengyan and Bao are making plans to go to the internet cafe. But Wei Hang wants to take Aoning with him so that he can drop Aoning home. And Aoning had become quite drunk. So Wei Hang tells them, I'll drop Aoning home now. In the next scene, we see Aoning, who is returning home with Wei Hang. Then as soon as Aoning opens his eyes, he gets quite scared seeing Wei Hang, and he immediately steps back and says, what are you doing here? And he asks about his friends. Where did they go after all? On which Wei Hang tells that those people went to the internet cafe. So Aoning asks, then why did you not go there? On which Wei Hang says, I am your roommate, and bringing you back is my responsibility. And here, Wei Hang starts feeling that Aoning does not want to see him. But we see Aoning, who is still drunk, and he says, I can handle myself. I will leave from here. So you go to your home. Where Wei Hang also starts leaving from there. And Aoning is still quite drunk, and he is walking unsteadily, and thinks, I will not drink again. I cannot get so badly drunk like this. And here, he starts thinking that I was so drunk, that I could not even talk to Wei Hang, and could not clear the misunderstanding either. And after today, he probably will not talk to me again. Then we see Aoning starts falling. But Wei Hang comes and holds him. On this, Aoning asks in surprise, what are you doing here? You did not leave. Here Aoning is quite drunk, and he says, I thought you had left. But Wei Hang was trying to make him stand straight. But because Aoning is quite drunk, he is swaying here and there, and he falls on Wei Hang, because of which Wei Hang gets quite surprised. Here Aoning again starts getting worried, and he thinks my body is not at all in my control. I think Wei Hang will misunderstand me for this too, that I am sticking to him on purpose. Then we see Wei Hang, who as soon as he holds Aoning gets scared and moves away. Here Wei Hang asks him, has your drunkenness gone? On which Aoning says yes, on which Wei Hang says, then come, I will drop you back, for which Aoning starts refusing. Then we see Aoning is telling him I am fine, I am not drunk. But he again starts falling once more, and Wei Hang holds him again, and Wei Hang asks him, are you drunk or not? Tell me directly. On which Aoning says, I am a little drunk. On which Wei Hang tells him, you cannot even walk in a straight line, and you are saying you are not drunk. After which he holds Aoning's hand and starts taking him, where Aoning had got a little surprised by this. Now, we see both of them going together, where, suddenly, Wei Hang asks Aoning, what were you doing in that rich area that day? On this Aoning tells him I had gone there for a part-time job. On which Wei Hang says, you said you work in some restaurant, and when I researched this, I found out that there is no restaurant there. So after all, how much will you lie to me on this? Aoning starts getting worried and he thinks, after all, why is he researching about me? Then he immediately tells him I only work in the restaurant on Saturday and Sunday. Apart from that, I give tuition to children. On which Wei Hang asks him, after all, how many jobs do you do? On which Aoning tells, I do quite a lot of work. Then Wei Hang asks Aoning, you returned that phone which your employer gave you. On which Aoning gets surprised and thinks, after all, how does Wei Hang know about this? Here Aoning starts thinking, is Wei Hang worried about me? And then we see Aoning, who is laughing, on which Wei Hang asks what happened to you, on which Aoning says nothing at all. Here, then Aoning starts remembering Bao's words that he had told that Wei Hang's hands are quite rough. Here Aoning starts touching his hands and feeling them, says really its hands are quite tough. On which Wei Hang pulls him towards himself and says, I've got quite a lot of injuries on my hands. This does not mean that I cannot feel. You are touching my hands, right? On this, Aoning starts sweating and he says, no, I was not doing that. Then Wei Hang hits on Aoning's head and says, behave properly. Because of which Aoning had got quite scared, and he had become a very red tomato. Now, the next scene is shown to us directly as morning, where Aoning has woken up and is thinking that now will never drink so much again. Then a girl comes there and tells him to join the mountain climbing club, and she says that she can teach him all this. On this, Aoning starts refusing and says I do not have so much strength inside me that I can climb a mountain. On this, that girl starts saying, Senior, you will not be more useless than me. Then suddenly Wei Hang comes in between there, who asks Aoning, do you want to learn rock climbing? On this, Aoning says yes, maybe I want to learn. On which Wei Hang directly asks, do you want to learn because of me? But Aoning gets worried and thinks, how does this man say everything so directly? Then he says, no, I want to try by myself. Then Wei Hang tells him, I will teach you, because of which both of them get quite surprised. Here, that girl says you directly got a master, but Wei Hang's fee must be quite high. Here Aoning also tells Wei Hang I do not have time for this, and neither do I have money. I cannot learn from you because rock climbing classes are quite expensive. On the other side, Wei Hang is thinking in his mind, has he forgotten that matter? I think now I should forgive him. After all, why does he keep reminding me again and again that I treated him quite badly? Can he not just forget that matter directly? And here, we notice one thing, that Wei Hang had still not apologized to Aoning, but he wanted Aoning to forget about it. Here, Wei Hang tells Aoning, and teach you for free. In return, you teach me math, for which Aoning immediately agrees. Then Aoning's eyes fall on Wei Hang's bag, and he asks him, are you going on a trip or coming back from there? On this, Wei Hang tells, no, I am shifting here. Here Aoning gets quite surprised and asks him, are you coming back to the dorm? But why? On which Wei Hang says, do you want me not to come? On which Aoning says, there is nothing like that. And we see Wei Hang, whom the teacher had told to do this. Here, Wei Hang asks Aoning, I want to come back, so come now. Let us go to the room. Here we see Aoning, who gets a little worried. And he thinks, after all, why does Wei Hang suddenly want to come back to the room? And we see Wei Hang, who is walking straight ahead. Then suddenly, he calls Aoning's name, and as Aoning looks towards him, Wei Hang asks him, after all, what is our room number? On which Aoning starts laughing. Now, the next scene is shown to us that Aoning is in his room, and he is thinking that I had got used to living alone. But now Wei Hang has come here, so now, will not feel lonely. Now, we see the night scene where suddenly, the lights go off. On which Wei Hang asks Aoning what happened here. Then Aoning tells him at 11 o'clock at night, the lights of every room go off, in which Wei Hang immediately lights a lamp, and Aoning starts thinking that Wei Hang must have never stayed alone in any dorm. That is why he does not know. Then we see Aoning is brushing his teeth. Then Wei Hang comes and asks, after all, where do you work? Tell me on this. Aoning says, I just work somewhere like that, and Aoning asks, why do you want to go on this? Wei Hang says, just like that. Then he asks him, do you really want to learn rock climbing? Are you free after 2 days? So then Aoning tells that he is not free. Then Wei Hang says, okay, we can go some days later. Also, then we see Wei Hang, who suddenly starts going close to Aoning and smells his hair. Then he gets quite scared and immediately steps back, and we see he is very scared. Aoning asks him, what happened to you? In this, Wei Hang looks quite suspicious to us, and he is thinking, after all, why did I smell him? Here Wei Hang is also feeling quite strange about himself. After this, in the next scene, we see that Aoning has come after bathing, where we see Wei Hang is watching movie and all on his computer. Aoning starts asking him, what are you doing? In which Wei Hang also invites him. Here, we see both of them are watching movie together. Then suddenly, Wei Hang looks towards Aoning, where Aoning had become quite emotional. Here, Wei Hang asks Aoning, after all, what happened to you? So Aoning tells that this scene was quite emotional. So Wei Hang tells that when I saw this movie for the first time, I also started crying. Here then, Aoning starts imagining how Wei Hang would look when he cries. And he starts laughing, imagining little Wei Hang. And then he remembers the time that he has become quite late. That is why, he tells Wei Hang, now I'm going to sleep. On which Wei Hang tells him, okay, then I will turn off the movie. But Aoning says there is no need for this. You watch, I will go to sleep myself. Wei Hang says no, I do not want to create inconvenience for you. Then he turns off the movie and lies on the bed. After this, we see both of them where they are sleeping. Here Aoning is not getting any sleep at all. He is tossing here and there, and he thinks Wei Hang must not have habit of sleeping like this either. That is why he asks Wei Hang, do you feel strange here? Have you slept on this kind of bed before? This Wei Hang says no, but I will get used to it. Now, we see the next morning scene where Aoning had already woken up, and as soon as he wakes up, he starts studying. First, he looks towards Wei Hang, whether he has woken up or not. Then he keeps looking towards Wei Hang again, and is explaining to himself that he should not get distracted, and he starts focusing on his studies. Then we see Wei Hang's sleep also breaks, and he says good morning to him. On this Aoning says, "Did I wake you up?" In which Wei Hang says nothing like that. But Aoning is looking towards him quite confused. Here in Aoning's mind it is running. This is the first time I have seen him waking up in the morning. We see Wei Hang, who directly jumps from his bed and comes down. Now, he starts looking outside and thinks it is still quite morning. And he asks Aoning, "Is our class early today?" On which Aoning tells nothing like that. "I had just woken up early in the morning to study." On which Wei Hang says, "Your schedule is quite dangerous." Then Wei Hang asks him, "Do you have holiday today?" Which Aoning tells no today. Also, he has to go for job. Then Wei Hang says, "I'm free only for today, so I want to take you for rock climbing." On which Aoning also gets excited and says, "Okay, if you are free, then let us go." Because of which Wei Hang also becomes quite happy. Then Aoning tells him, "But I do not have any equipment," which Wei Hang says, "Okay, then you take mine." And then we see Wei Hang taking off his clothes there to change, which, seeing Aoning, had started feeling quite shy, and right here, today's chapter ends. Story till now we had seen that Wei Hang had asked Aoning for rock climbing, for which Aoning had also agreed, and we see Wei Hang, who immediately starts changing, because of which Aoning immediately starts looking the other way, but he was feeling quite shy. After which Wei Hang says he is going to take a bath, and he immediately comes near Aoning and takes off his glasses. Both of them look at each other and get quite surprised. Then Wei Hang takes his glasses and starts washing them, because we had seen that last time, because of Wei Hang's glasses had become dirty. After which he washes them and makes Aoning wear them. And then in the next scene, we see both of them going together, where they were traveling in the train. Here in Aoning's mind only this was running, that why did he suddenly ask me to do rock climbing together? And then Aoning asks Wei Hang, "Why do we not keep the classes on one day of the week?" For which Wei Hang also agrees. Here Aoning asks him, "When are you free?" On which Wei Hang tells, "I am free all the time, whenever you want." On which Aoning says, "Then why do we not do classes on Monday and Friday?" On which Wei Hang says, "No, I am not free on that day." Then Aoning says about some other day, so he agrees for that. And then Aoning says, "And I will also help you in your studies." And then we see both of them traveling together, and the story suddenly shifts to a scene from the past, and then we see both of them traveling together, where the story suddenly shifts to a scene from the past, where we see Wei Hang had woken up one morning, after which he found out that Aoning was not there today. But Aoning had kept breakfast for him and left, so he becomes quite happy. And on the other side, Aoning had come to his work. And we see in this same past scene where Wei Hang is with his teacher, and then his eyes also fall on Aoning, and he starts thinking, what is Aoning doing here? Then we see the teacher, who notices Wei Hang and asks him what happened. "Are you worried about something?" Here the teacher says, "Are you thinking about that pretty lady again today?" Here then the teacher again starts explaining to him that you should not think about this, because she is already married, and Wei Hang ignores them as always. After this then, in the next scene, we see Wei Hang, who is bringing his teacher home. Here the teacher asks him, "Will you stay? Come, let us eat together." But Wei Hang refuses for this. Here, then his teacher tells him, "I think Kanfai is coming today." Because of which Wei Hang immediately leaves from there, and says, "I have some work." Now in the next scene, we see Wei Hang, who is talking to some girl, and his teacher gets quite surprised and starts telling everyone about this in the group chat. Here, we see that girl was a professional rock climber. Here Wei Hang is asking her about it, and tells her, "You wear glasses, right? Tell me, how can a person who wears glasses climb properly, after all?" And we knew that Wei Hang was asking all this about Aoning, and here Wei Hang was asking all this for Aoning, where that girl starts telling him about it. And here, the coach is not understanding anything. Here, Wei Hang himself wears the glasses and thinks about practicing, and he says if I myself practice with glasses, then I will know how I can help Aoning. Then he copies Aoning and immediately wears the glasses and starts rock climbing, in which he is not facing any trouble at all. And then he has got the idea how he will help Aoning, because of which we come to know that Wei Hang had worked very hard so that he could also make Aoning practice. And with this, the story comes to the present, where we see Wei Hang and Aoning had reached the rock climbing gym, where Aoning gets quite surprised after seeing that place. Then he tells Wei Hang, "Today is my first day, so I think I will only watch." On this, Wei Hang also agrees for this and starts taking him with himself. Then Wei Hang gives his shoes to Aoning. Aoning asks him, "Whose shoes are these?" On which Wei Hang tells, "These are my shoes. When I was 15 years old, I used to wear them." On which Aoning gets quite confused and thinks here. Then Wei Hang immediately leaves this talk and starts tying a bandage on Aoning's hands so that he does not face any trouble while climbing. But seeing Wei Hang so close to himself, Aoning is feeling quite shy, and Wei Hang is going even closer to him and tells him, "Are you ready for this?" On which Aoning looks at him and says, "I am ready here." Both of them were quite close, so Wei Hang tells him, "Now, do this work yourself." Aoning, who had never tied a bandage on his hands, is facing trouble doing it, so Wei Hang immediately takes it from his hands and again starts tying the bandage on him, because of which Aoning was feeling quite shy once again here. Seeing Wei Hang doing this, Aoning becomes quite happy. Then we see Wei Hang also makes Aoning wear the helmet and tells him, "You can keep wearing your glasses. I have one way with which you can climb up without removing your glasses." On this, Aoning says, "Is it true? Can I climb up even after being so weak?" On which Wei Hang says, "I was also this weak in the starting. I also learned everything slowly." Then we see Aoning, who was having trouble wearing the helmet. Wei Hang notices it, and he himself starts helping Aoning and tells him, "I will help you in tightening it," for which Aoning also agrees. But here, Aoning is thinking, the way he touched me is feeling quite strange to me. Now in the next scene we see Wei Hang, who is himself climbing on the wall and teaching Aoning, and Aoning is only looking towards him. Then Wei Hang jumps and comes down and asks him, "Did you learn?" On this, Aoning says, "Yes, I am understanding. Can I try?" After this, Aoning goes to try, but he is facing quite a lot of trouble in it. He thinks Wei Hang was doing this quite easily, but why am I facing so much difficulty? I'm getting tired here only. And he had really got quite tired, and he was about to give up. But Wei Hang tells him, "You can do this, and if you want, you can also jump down from there." But we see Aoning, who suddenly starts falling, and he had got quite scared. But Wei Hang comes on time and holds him, and saves him. Now, because of Wei Hang doing this, Aoning gets quite scared and immediately moves away and says, "I am quite stupid, right?" On this, Wei Hang says, "Why are you saying this?" On this, Aoning says, "I do not have any strength at all to climb up." On this, Wei Hang says, "That is why I had tied the rope on you, so that you do not fall." "No problem. We can do exercise together. I will install a rope in the room for you so that you can practice." Which Aoning does not understand, but we see Wei Hang, who was noticing something else. He sees that Aoning is feeling quite shy, and he thinks, is Aoning really feeling so shy? Or is this just the color of his face? Then he gives him water to drink. On which Aoning thinks, this is his own bottle, right? Why did he give it? And he starts drinking the water. Now, Wei Hang tells him, even if you do not have so much strength inside you, you are still quite strong and flexible. Think you can do this? On which Aoning again gets surprised, and Wei Hang starts explaining to him, no problem. I will help you more. Then he is looking at Aoning quite lovingly, and tells him you must always get compliments, that you are a very good student. How does it feel? Do you think you are really very good in studies? Then Aoning says I am smart. Now, we see Aoning, who starts complimenting Wei Hang and tells him you are really very good in this. On which Wei Hang says, do you like flattering people like this? Do you praise your student also like this when you teach? After all, how is he in studies? On which Aoning tells, my student is quite smart, but he is very lazy. Hearing which Wei Hang becomes quiet and says you are not talking about me, right? In which Aoning gets scared and says no, I did not say that at all. In which Wei Hang says I was just joking, and he immediately takes his bottle and starts drinking the water, making it indirect, which makes Aoning feel even more shy here. Then Aoning immediately leaves from there and says, I want to practice by myself. So then Wei Hang thinks that he is really quite cute. And here Aoning asks him, so tell me from where should I start climbing on this? Wei Hang shows him a place and says you can start from there now. Wei Hang tells him, you are the first person who has asked me how he should practice. Then Aoning says, am I saying something wrong? On this Wei Hang says not at all, and tells him the place. Then Aoning tells him, do not take tension, I will learn quickly. Here Wei Hang looks back and starts smiling. Then Wei Hang tells him, now, the time is up. Come, let us leave from here. And Wei Hang suddenly touches Aoning's waist, because of which Aoning gets quite scared. And then, he immediately moves forward and starts asking himself, why am I feeling so shy today? What has happened to me? Then Aoning immediately starts telling Wei Hang, so now should return your clothes. Then Wei Hang says you can keep them. Anyway, they will not fit me. On this Aoning happily agrees. Now Aoning starts leaving from now, which Wei Hang says, wait for me. But then Aoning tells him, tell me one thing. Are these clothes which you gave me really your old clothes? Only. And Aoning starts thinking, if he has given me new clothes, then I will return the money to him. Wei Hang says yes, I have already worn them before. Like Aoning gets quite scared and thinks, why is he saying this loudly? Now Aoning starts leaving from there. But even while leaving, he is thinking about Wei Hang, that now, both of them have come close. So right here, today's chapter ends. In the previous chapter, we had seen that Wei Hang had given rock climbing training to Aoning, and then Aoning had left from there. At the start of today's chapter, we see that as soon as Aoning enters the room, he sees that Wei Hang was already there. Aoning asks him, what are you doing? On which Wei Hang tells, I have brought some equipment for you, with the help of which you can do rock climbing. And we see Wei Hang had brought quite a lot of things for Aoning. Then he asks Aoning to play some music so that the sound does not go out, and we see Wei Hang gets busy in his work, where both of them were setting up the equipment while enjoying the song. Then we see, in the meantime, suddenly both of them hear the sound of the door, because of which Aoning gets quite scared and thinks, I hope the manager has not heard the sound of us hammering and beating. He goes there fearfully, and we see that Bao had come there. Aoning invites him inside and tells that Wei Hang has brought some equipment for him, which they are installing. Here then, we see that Wei Hang's work was also done, and he tells Aoning to practice. Then he makes Aoning wear his equipment, and we see here Aoning becomes quite calm, and he thinks Wei Hang is really very serious about teaching me. Here, Bao is also praising Wei Hang, and Aoning is also thinking that even though Wei Hang remains quite calm, he is very caring. Then Aoning goes to practice, but he thinks this is quite difficult. But Wei Hang tells him not to give up, and says, hang and see. And here, we see Aoning who is putting in full effort, because of which Bao tells him you hung for 10 seconds. This is quite good. Like Aoning says, I wanted to do 15 seconds more. Here, Bao, Ling at that place, thinks even I would not be able to do it, even for a short time. And then he tells Wei Hang, why do you not show us by doing it? Where Wei Hang shows a little attitude. Then he immediately agrees. And we see Wei Hang has hung with just one hand directly, because of which Aoning and Bao get quite impressed. And Bao immediately tells Aoning, this is quite good for you. Now, you will get the chance to stay with Wei Hang every day, so you can learn quite a lot. On this, Aoning also becomes quite happy. And then the scene cuts here. The next scene is shown to us as night. Here Aoning says Wei Hang, now you should go to sleep. It has become quite late. I will go and attend class in your place tomorrow morning, and I will also mark your roll call. Wei Hang asks him, but why are you not sleeping? In which Aoning tells, I have to study. If I do not get good marks by studying, then I will not get the scholarship. And then he asks Wei Hang, can I turn off the light? Is it troubling you? Then Wei Hang says, there is no need for this, because I have the habit of sleeping with the light on, and he immediately goes to sleep. Now, after some time, Wei Hang's eyes open, and he notices that Aoning had fallen asleep while studying. He gets down and goes near him and turns off the light. Now, the next scene is shown to us as next morning. Aoning quietly wakes up and turns off his alarm, and thinks it is good that I did not wake him today. And on the other side, we see that today Wei Hang had also come for class, because of which Aoning gets quite surprised, and he thinks, I thought he was going to stay at home. Here, all the people become quite happy seeing Wei Hang, and Aoning calls him near himself, and Wei Hang goes and sits near him. After this, the teachers start taking attendance, and here Wei Hang asks him, do you always mark attendance in my place? In which Aoning tells sometimes and tells him you do not need to worry. I have made so much attendance for you that now your teachers cannot do anything. For which Wei Hang says thank you to him. And Aoning says, this is not such a big thing. Then Aoning tells him, but if you attend today's class, then the teacher will recognize you, and next time I will not be able to take roll call for you. On which Wei Hang says, thank you for so much help, but from now on I will also come and attend class with you. Now, we see Aoning, who is staring at him from the side, and looking at Wei Hang's face, says he looks beautiful in every way. Here Aoning starts feeling quite shy while looking at him, and thinks what is happening to him. After all, why is he getting attracted towards a boy? And Aoning wakes himself from the dream, and says even if Wei Hang looks so beautiful to him, he is a boy. Now, the class ends, and we see Aoning immediately gets up and starts leaving. From there, seeing which Wei Hang says, where are you going? On which Aoning tells he is going to the washroom. Then Aoning notices Wei Hang and asks him, were you playing games on your phone the whole time? On this, Wei Hang points towards another boy and says he was also playing games. On this, Aoning says that is true. Here Wei Hang also starts walking with Aoning. So Aoning thinks I was going away from him so that I do not get more attracted. But this guy is not leaving me at all. And we see Aoning was getting quite nervous because of Wei Hang coming close. And he thinks if he keeps coming near me like this, then I will not be able to control myself. Now, in the next scene, we see Aoning in the washroom who is fixing his hair. After which he comes and sits at his place, and Wei Hang starts looking at him. Then Aoning gives some notes to Wei Hang, for which Wei Hang says thank you to him. Then Aoning asks Wei Hang, what are you going to do tonight? On this, Wei Hang tells that he is going to the gym to exercise. Like Aoning says, but you had said that today you will give me training. And Wei Hang says, it slipped from my mind. No problem, I will manage. Now in the next scene we see Wei Hang and his friends going for lunch, where all the people were looking towards them. Only, where, because of Wei Hang's beauty, All those people had become crazy for him. And here from behind, Sengen and Bao are also talking about the same thing. And here from behind, Sengen and Bao are also talking about the same thing, that because of Wei Hang, they are getting quite a lot of attention. Then Aoning notices someone. Here it is the same school, Beauty, whose boyfriend had come and created drama in school. And we see the school beauty. And we see the school beauty directly goes and stands with Wei Hang, because of which those people start looking quite good. And all the people were praising her. Here the school beauty tells Wei Hang, have you also come for lunch? On this, Wei Hang says, yes, absolutely. And we see the situation between them was quite awkward. Then Wei Hang sits at his place and starts having lunch, where Bao asks him, are you still angry with the school beauty? Where Wei Hang says, after all, why would I be angry with her? On which Bao says, last time her boyfriend had come to fight with you. Have you forgotten about this? On which Wei Hang says, because of her I got quite a lot of good things, so I should thank her for this. Where Bao starts asking him for examples, then we see Wei Hang, who suddenly looks towards Aoning. And Aoning also starts looking towards him. And they're both of them are having lunch together. And we understand Wei Hang's indication. Here then, we see Aoning, who is eating very little food, and was only eating omelette. On this, Bao asks him, why do you always eat only omelette? And why do you eat so little food? On which Aoning starts sweating that after all, how should he tell them that he does not have money? That is why, he says, because I like omelette a lot. Where Wei Hang notices this thing of his, and he immediately gets up and starts leaving. From there, on which Bao tells him, where are you going? Your food is getting cold. But we see Wei Hang brings juice for those people after buying it. Now, Aoning also says thank you to Wei Hang for the juice. Now, the next scene starts as night, where we see Aoning, who had been waiting for Wei Hang for quite a long time, and he thinks I hope Wei Hang has not left me and gone. Then suddenly, he hears the sound of the door, and as soon as he turns, he sees that Wei Hang had come there. He immediately tells him, where were you for so long, after all? On which Wei Hang looks at him. Then he says, thank you for opening the door, and he comes inside. Here we see Aoning, who was fully prepared to teach Wei Hang. Seeing Aoning so excited, Wei Hang is thinking, I have to study. But why is he getting so excited? These genius people I do not understand at all. Here then, we see Aoning, who starts teaching math to Wei Hang. Then he asks him, are you understanding? On which Wei Hang says, I am not a small child. On this Aoning tells him, I have never taught someone of my own age. On this, Wei Hang says, then I am the first, right? This is quite a matter of pride for me. Then Aoning starts feeling quite shy and tells him I am not very good at explaining things. But I will still try to teach you. Now, we see Wei Hang, who suddenly touches Aoning's hands. Like Aoning gets quite surprised. So Wei Hang tells that I need your pen. But Aoning had become quite shy. And we see Wei Hang, who starts studying. And Aoning thinks, why does this Wei Hang's face always look so beautiful? Then after making the math, Wei Hang asks Aoning, is this correct? On this, Aoning starts checking it, and suddenly, he does not understand anything. So he says, your handwriting is quite good. On this, Wei Hang says, I was only writing numbers. Where did handwriting come from? On this, Aoning cannot think of any excuse, so he says, he was just saying that. But we see Wei Hang, who moves his chair closer to Aoning and says, if I stay near you, I will be able to study properly. And we see in the meantime both of them had really come quite close, where then both of them start looking at each other, because of which Aoning again gets quite scared and immediately moves away and says shyly, this distance will be fine. I think you can study by yourself. You are quite smart. where Wei Hang had also noticed Aining's reaction, and he immediately teases Aoning and says, then, even if I do not teach you rock climbing, you will learn, on which Aoning says, does this make any sense? Here then, we see Aoning who says, before the lights go, I will take a bath. Until then you do exercise. We will keep only this much for today. Then we see Aoning, who goes to take a bath. But here, he was feeling quite shy, and he thinks, what kind of feelings are coming inside me after seeing him? I am not able to calm myself. I am feeling quite excited. Here then, we see Aoning, who starts imagining Wei Hang and thinks, does every boy feel these feelings after seeing another boy? I do not know why I'm feeling like this. Then we see Aoning, who comes out after bathing. Then Wei Hang comes from behind and says, so you came out. And we see Wei Hang was there, who had not worn anything, and he was drenched in sweat after exercising, where Aoning gets quite surprised seeing him, and says, has your exercise finished? Can I clean the room for you? In which Wei Hang says, there is no need for this. I was just worried for you. And then Wei Hang goes to take a bath, and Aoning comes forward. Then his eyes fall on Wei Hang's clothes, in which he was exercising and had left them open. As soon as Aoning touches those clothes, he comes to know that they were wet because Wei Hang was exercising, and these clothes had become wet with sweat. Aoning brings that cloth near himself and says it smells exactly like Wei Hang. And right here, today's chapter ends. In the previous chapter, we had seen that Aoning was quite worried about Wei Hang because strange feelings were coming inside him because of Wei Hang, and he also asks himself how he can have such feelings for another boy. At the start of today's chapter, we see Aoning and Wei Hang together in the train, where both of them were going to the rock climbing gym, and Wei Hang had fallen asleep. Then when his eyes open, he asks Aoning, where are we? On this, Aoning says, we are still halfway. When we reach there, we'll wake you up. You can sleep. On which Wei Hang goes back to sleep, and Aoning is sitting quietly, and he is only looking towards Wei Hang. Here Aoning is thinking, why do I want to keep looking at him? And because of this, he does not wake Wei Hang for a very long time, and their station gets missed 5 times, where after Wei Hang wakes up, Aoning apologizes to him, and Wei Hang says, why did you not wake me? On which Aoning tells that he himself had fallen asleep, but in reality, we know Aoning was staring at Wei Hang. Here, Wei Hang looks at him, then without saying anything starts going forward here. Then both of them reach near the climbing gym. So Aoning asks Wei Hang, do I need to buy a membership card here? Because if I am practicing here, then I will have to pay for it. On this, Wei Hang says, you teach me, so you do not take money for that. On this, Aoning says, these two things are different, because when I teach you, I am your friend, so I do not take money from you. But this gym belongs to someone else, and he needs money to run this gym. In which Wei Hang tells that he works in this gym, so in that sense he can bring anyone with him for free. And then both of them go inside the gym together, where Aoning gets quite surprised after seeing one wall, so Wei Hang tells him the name of that wall is Down Wall, and it is a copy of a great mountain which everyone wants to climb. Here Aoning asks Wei Hang, do you also want to challenge the Down Wall? In which Wei Hang first becomes quiet, because of which Wei Hang becomes quiet, and a past thing comes to his mind that he had told his master that he also wants to challenge the Down Wall, and he will do this feat before turning 20 years old. As soon as this memory comes, Wei Hang tells Aoning that he also wanted to challenge the Down Wall, on which Aoning immediately tells him, you should do this, and when you go to challenge it, then definitely call me. I want to see your victory with my own eyes. Because of which Wei Hang gets quite surprised, and he thinks I had left this dream of mine a very long time ago. But as soon as Aoning talked about it in front of me, I do not know why I am feeling the desire to achieve that dream of mine again. I want to do that work for this person, and a smile comes on Wei Hang's face. On the other side, in the next scene, we see Aoning, who starts practicing, in which Wei Hang was helping him. Here then, Aoning tells us that these few weeks were the best weeks for me. I was quite happy, and we see Aoning who says, while blushing, do not know, after all, why I'm so happy. Because of rock climbing, or because of that person who is beside me, and who has given me hope. And in this way many months pass while both of them are hanging out together, and the time of December has come, and their exams are coming, for which we see Aoning is teaching Wei Hang. Here both of them are discussing about studies because they were law students, so they are talking about one case where Wei Hang is getting quite angry on this thing, that law is quite useless. On which Aoning also tells him that in matters of law, we are still quite behind. On which Wei Hang tells him then such laws should be changed. On which Aoning says, I completely agree with you, law should be changed, and it should evolve. But it will take quite a lot of years, because for this, the thinking of people also has to be changed, which is not in our hands. But the worst thing is that people do not even have interest in it. If people will not learn about law, then how will they change it? On which Wei Hang starts smiling while looking at him, and asks him that why you are also studying law. After all, why did you choose to become a lawyer? Like we see, Aoning suddenly becomes quite calm, and this story goes to the past, where we find a man locked in jail. And Aoning tells us that his father was not educated, but he used to sell books to feed our stomach. He used to find good books for people and earn money by selling them. But he was not educated, and this thing did not like the law that, after all, how can an illiterate person sell books? That is why a false accusation was put on him. Then Aoning tells us that his father had raised him with a lot of difficulties, but destiny had something else in mind. Others cast an eye on his work and sent him to jail by putting a false accusation. Since then I am alone, then Aoning thinks. But I cannot tell this thing to Wei Hang. Here, seeing Aoning lost in himself like this, Wei Hang asks him what happened to you. On which Aoning tells, I want to become a lawyer because there is a lot of injustice in this world. Quite a lot of people do very wrong things, but they escape with the power of money. On the other hand, those who are poor always rot in jail without any fault. I want to help those people. I want to become such a lawyer who helps those for whom no one comes forward. Here Wei Hang is looking at Aoning. Then Aoning says, I chose to become a lawyer because I want to become such a lawyer who helps everyone for free. After becoming a lawyer, I will fight for the rights of those people who have been put in jail without any fault. Because of which Wei Hang gets surprised and starts looking at him, and Wei Hang tells him, your thinking is quite good, but do you not think my thinking about law is quite bad? On which Aoning says there is no need for that. On which Aoning says there is nothing like that. As long as there is a desire inside you to get justice, you can become a lawyer. And anyway, we need quite a lot of true and honest people like you. Here Wei Hang gets surprised and starts blushing, and says, come now, us not talk about this. First, let me pass the exam. Here Aoning also starts smiling, and he thinks that Wei Hang is really very pure at heart. After which the next scene is shown to us. Aoning and Wei Hang both are doing rock climbing together. Here Aoning had made quite a lot of progress. On the other side, Wei Hang had also become quite good in studies. Here, Wei Hang asks Aoning, you learned all this so easily. But Aoning says, while praising himself, because I am smart, and you have also studied quite well. Now, we see Aoning, who, without any fear at this time, was learning to climb on top of the mountain. Here from below, Wei Hang was helping him fully, but we see Aoning wanted to hold a stone. Wei Hang tells him to be careful, but Aoning was hesitating quite a lot there. He was trying his best to teach him, and was telling him what he has to do, and then he tells Aoning, do not be afraid. No matter how many times you fall, will hold you that many times on, which Aoning starts looking at him. So Wei Hang says, do not worry, you can fall, I will save you. And Aoning says, then okay, I'm jumping. And Aoning leaves his hand and starts falling down, and we see before he gets hurt, Wei Hang had saved him. He had held the rope and held Aoning in the middle of the air. Then he immediately goes near Aoning and says, are you okay? On this, Aoning says, yes, everything is fine. This time I was about to complete this wall. On which Wei Hang tells him, I know you will do this quite easily. Because of which Aoning gets quite surprised, knowing that Wei Hang trusts him. Here Aoning was looking at Wei Hang and thinking, from this moment strong feelings for Wei Hang had started coming in my mind. These were some such feelings which I cannot deny. My life has always gone in studies and getting a job. I always only wanted to study. I never thought that I would get into such matters. But now I do not know why. Something is happening with me which I had never expected. I have started feeling about one person. That person has started looking quite beautiful to me. His talks have started looking quite good to me. I had never thought that I would fall in love with someone. But I do not know why I'm not able to understand this feeling. Here, Aoning gets quite confused, and he is asking himself, Aoning, after all, how can you have such feelings for a boy? He is explaining to himself that he should not do this. Then we see Aoning in a library where he had come to read books related to this so that he can get answers to his questions. That after all why he is feeling about Wei Hang, he immediately picks up the book and starts reading some ways in it where it is written that he should avoid that person for whom he is having feelings. But Aoning thinks that we live in the same room, so this will be quite difficult, and I do not want to avoid Wei Hang. Then he starts thinking that maybe he is overthinking. Anyway, Wei Hang has never given him any signal. Wei Hang has always remained like a straight person, so nothing can happen between them because Aoning thinks that Wei Hang likes girls. Here Aoning has got the answer to his questions. He puts that book back and promises to himself that he will suppress these feelings inside him and will always keep this thing a secret. He will never let Wei Hang know that he likes him, and nor will he ever cross any line with Wei Hang, and will always remain his good friend. And thinking this, Aoning leaves from there. And right here, the chapter ends. In the previous part we had seen that Aoning had realized his feelings for Wei Hang. But he decides that he will hide his feelings and will never let them come between their friendship. Today's chapter starts, and we see Aoning is alone in the classroom, and he is cleaning there. Then suddenly from behind Wei Hang comes and asks him, what are you doing here? Because of which Aoning first gets quite surprised. Then he tells him, I'm cleaning the classroom because no one is here. On which Wei Hang asks him when everyone had left, why did you not go? On which Aoning says, because I wanted to clean it. Now, Wei Hang tells him, do you need my help? But before Aoning can answer this question, very strong winds start coming from the window. On which Wei Hang looks at him and says, wait, I will close the window and come. Then Wei Hang goes there and closes the window. Then suddenly strong winds start coming from the front, and some leaves go into his eyes. On which Aoning asks him, are you okay? And Wei Hang was feeling pain in his eyes. On which Aoning says, wait, I will blow and make it okay right now. Here, Wei Hang starts going close to him, and we see Aoning, who had got ready so that he can blow for Wei Hang. Here Wei Hang becomes quite calm, and starts looking towards Aoning. But because of him being so close, Aoning's heartbeat had increased a lot, and he thinks Wei Hang your handsomeness is a very big crime. You are possessing my heart. Then he goes near Wei Hang and starts removing the dust from his eyes. Then he goes near Wei Hang and starts removing the dust from his eyes and tells him. Then he goes near Wei Hang and while blowing in his eyes, asks him, do you feel better now? Then he goes near Wei Hang and starts blowing in his eyes and asks him, do you feel better now? Then he goes near Wei Hang and starts blowing in his eyes and asks him, are you okay now? On which Wei Hang says, not yet, there is something in my other eye too. On which Aoning immediately starts blowing for him again, and once again asks him, are you okay now? On which this time Wei Hang answers yes. Here Aoning tells Wei Hang, you go and sit at your place till then. I will finish the cleaning. On which Wei Hang says no, I will also help you. I will sweep. You can mop. For which Aoning also agrees. Here then, Wei Hang gets busy in his work and Aoning is thinking the same. We are trying hard to suppress our feelings. But after all, why do you behave so nicely with me? Like this, I will not be able to stop myself. And then we suddenly see Aoning. As soon as he says this, he immediately starts falling. Where Wei Hang immediately has to come there and help him. And he asks him, are you okay? On which Aoning says I am okay, but he was blushing a lot, and he thinks I had said that I will not cross the line. But after all, why does this guy come so close to me? Then we see Aoning, who starts looking outside. Where it was snowing heavily, he says happily, I have never seen snowfall. On which Wei Hang says, then come, let us see it together. Then Wei Hang asks him, can I take one picture of you? You will like it. And this is your first snowfall, so it will also remain in your memory. On which Aoning starts refusing for this, and he thinks that it is quite embarrassing. Here Wei Hang asks him what is embarrassing in this. You just want to take a photo, but Aoning says that is not the point. I am saying it is embarrassing that because of me you have got stuck here in such dangerous weather. Then Wei Hang says it does not make any difference. Here, then Aoning asks him, by the way, what are you doing in this building? You are not going to stay, because of which Wei Hang gets quite confused. Then he hides the matter and says, I just stayed like that. I got lost while roaming around. Here, Wei Hang does not want to tell Aoning that he had stayed only for Aoning. And here then suddenly, the winds become very strong. And Wei Hang also starts getting scared from this, which Aoning finds quite cute. And he thinks Wei Hang is not a cheetah. He is a very cute cat. He is quite cute. Then Aoning starts thinking only about Wei Hang and is looking at him from the side, where Wei Hang also notices him, and then we see Aoning, on whose face a smile comes, and he thinks he had thought that Wei Hang, who looks so cold from outside, would be so warm-hearted from inside. And the story goes to the past, and Aoning starts remembering something from a few days ago when it was the time for school team building exercise, but Aoning did not want to go there because he did not have money and Wei Hang had helped him. Here we are shown the day of school team building exercise, where the class monitor asks Aoning, you were going with Wei Hang, right? He has not come here. On which Aoning tells him I am waiting for him. But in reality, he starts thinking that if Wei Hang does not come, then what will happen to me? Then the class president thinks that Wei Hang has come here, and he tells Aoning. Then Aoning thinks that now he will get exposed, because Wei Hang is never going to come here, because he does not even know Aoning. But then, we see Wei Hang had come there. Who is calling Aoning near himself? Aoning immediately tells him I am coming, and goes near him. Here, he starts thinking that at that time Wei Hang did not even know me. Still, he helped me. And then suddenly, the story comes to present, and we see Wei Hang who says thank you to Aoning. This thing does not make sense to Aoning, and he asks him, why are you saying thank you to me? On which Wei Hang tells because you are teaching me for free. On this Aoning says this is nothing. You are also teaching me rock climbing for free. On which Wei Hang says rock climbing is a hobby. It is not going to help you in any way. But you are teaching me. This is helping me a lot. Now here Aoning tells him, stop. Stop now, leave it. I helped you. You helped me. Now the matter is equal. Let us forget it. Here Aoning again starts looking outside and thinking, and says, after all, when is this rain going to stop? On which Wei Hang says, why do we not make proper use of this time? Come, us both talk, and you tell me about yourself. Then he tells Aoning, you know everything about me. I like rock climb, I like bikes, I like traveling, but I do not know anything about you. On this, Aoning starts thinking and immediately says I like reading books, on which Wei Hang says this I know. Where Aoning starts sweating and he immediately says, if I tell the truth, then even I do not know after all what I like. Now Aoning asks Wei Hang, why do you like rock climbing? In answer to which Wei Hang tells him because while doing rock climbing, I feel a lot of freedom. On which Aoning says in confusion, freedom, or do you feel like the king of nature, that you have become the king of this world? On which Wei Hang says, there is nothing like that. I just want to make friends through rock climbing. Here then, Aoning asks Wei Hang, rock climbing is quite dangerous. Do you never feel scared? In this Wei Hang says this is not dangerous at all. Look, when you fly in a plane, no matter how high you go, you do not feel scared, because you know that even if you are at height, the plane is not dangerous at all. Similarly, when I do rock climbing, I do not feel scared at all, no matter how high I reach. But then Aoning starts feeling shy and says softly, do not know about this feeling, because I have never sat in an airplane. Guys, this has become an emotional moment. Do tell me in the comments. Who among you has sat in an airplane? Because I have not sat till now. Here, then, Wei Hang tells him, if it true you have never sat in an airplane, you are that extinct creature whose existence has been wiped from this world. After all, it is time, who has not sat in an airplane. On this, Aoning says shyly, stop making fun of me. So Wei Hang tells him, do not worry, one day you will definitely sit in a plane, and on the day this happens, you should forget your innocence, because on the day you sit in a plane that day, you will not remain innocent. Aoning does not understand this thing, and he says, after all, how will my innocence go away by sitting in a plane? On which Wei Hang tells him when I was small I was quite innocent. Sitting in a plane made me feel that maybe I can fly like a bird. Where Aoning asks him, but why did you feel like that? On which Wei Hang tells because you know a bird whose name is Chang wants to fly in the sky and touch the moon. He wants to meet the immortals there and wants to go to heaven. But no matter how high he flies, he can never reach the moon. And in childhood, when I sat in a plane for the first time, I felt the same, that I would be able to fly and reach the moon. But the closer I went to it, the farther the moon went from me, and I realized that I can never reach the moon. Then he tells Aoning, but you can do this. On this, Aoning says even though I have never sat in a plane, I have seen it in movies. I am not as innocent as you think. On which Wei Hang comes close to him and says okay, I accept. But when you sit in a plane for the first time, you will get to see the beautiful view of the sea. You will get to see clouds, and when such time comes, do not forget to enjoy all those things. On which Aoning also agrees. Then Wei Hang tells Aoning, but my dream is still the same. I want to fly in the sky like that bird. I still want to go to space. I want to fly in the sky and touch the moon. I want to go to the sky and see how the earth looks. I want to see the sun. I want to see this entire world. Where Aoning starts thinking that Wei Hang likes this sky a lot. And then suddenly Wei Hang says, I do not want to study law. I never wanted to become a lawyer. I wanted to become an astronaut. But Aoning is quietly listening to his talks, and Wei Hang suddenly starts smiling while looking upwards. Then from behind a voice comes, you can do this. You can do whatever you want. Because of which Wei Hang gets quite surprised and turns back with a big jolt, where we see Aoning who says, I hope, Wei Hang, that one day you will also fulfill your dream. On which Wei Hang says, I also hope this. And then suddenly Wei Hang says, since then only I have been talking. We had decided, right, that you will tell me about yourself. On which Aoning says, there is nothing to know about me. I am quite boring. But then Wei Hang tells him, you're not even that boring. You had said, right, that you want to become such a lawyer who works for everyone for free, without any reason, and helps everyone. On which Aoning gets surprised and starts looking at him, and Wei Hang tells him, and Wei Hang tells him that I also hope that one day, your dream will also definitely come true. For which Aoning says thank you to him, and right here, today's chapter ends. In the story till now, we had seen that Wei Hang had told Aoning about his dream, that he does not want to become a lawyer, but an astronaut, on which Aoning had supported him, and Wei Hang had also told Aoning that he will become a very good lawyer. Today's chapter starts, where we see Aoning and Wei Hang in the rock climbing gym, where Aoning asks Wei Hang to become his partner, on which Wei Hang gets quite confused and says, do you really want to do this today? On which Aoning says, if you want, then I can do it. Here, Wei Hang tells him, but today no one is here. Here Aoning is looking towards Wei Hang with quite innocence, and in Aoning's mind it was running that once I become Wei Hang's partner, then I will help him reach the heights of the world. So guys, here partners, Aoning's meaning is that person who manages Wei Hang's ropes. After this, in the next scene, Aoning asks Wei Hang, if you think I am not worthy of it, then you can refuse me. But Wei Hang tells him, if you want to learn, then no problem. I will help you. On which Aoning becomes quite happy, and Wei Hang tells him, but first let us check your weight, to see after all how much your weight is. And as soon as Aoning checks his weight, he was quite lightweight. His weight was only 62. On which Aoning understands that he will not be able to hold Wei Hang's weight if he becomes his partner. Here, before Wei Hang can say anything to him, as soon as he looks towards Aoning, he gets quite surprised because Aoning was looking towards Wei Hang with quite innocent eyes. Here Aoning asks with quite innocence, am I too light? I will not be able to do this. On this Wei Hang tells him, come, let us try, do not give up. Come, let us try, which makes Aoning quite happy. And Wei Hang thinks that anyway, I am not going to fall from the mountain. And anyway, do not want Aoning's first time to be with anyone else except me. Aoning's first time, I will take only. And guys, here we are talking about rock climbing. Control your dirty mind, okay? Now Aoning asks Wei Hang, are you ready for today? For which Aoning was also looking quite excited. Then he asks, with quite innocence, but I do not know much about this. Will I be able to do this? On which Wei Hang tells him, do not worry, will fully support you. Because of which Aoning gets quite surprised, and he starts staring at Wei Hang, where Wei Hang looks towards him and finds that Aoning was blushing a lot. So he immediately tells him, stop staring at me and focus on this work. Because of which Aoning gets quite scared. Then Wei Hang teaches Aoning how to tie the rope and says, I will tell you when I need your help. And before starting climbing, he starts giving instructions and all to Aoning. Here, the middle of talks, Aoning asks him, after all, what is your weight? On which Wei Hang tells that he is 74 kilos, which means 12 kilos more than Aoning. Here Aoning tells him, you are much lighter than I thought. Because of which Wei Hang also starts blushing lightly. Then he immediately goes near Aoning and starts giving him a bag filled with stones and says this way your weight will increase and you will be able to balance. On this Aoning asks him for dumbbells, so Wei Hang says, my dumbbells are quite heavy. But Aoning says I can hold your dumbbells. And Wei Hang immediately takes out his dumbbells and gives them to him and holds his hands and takes him along and says, when I try to climb the mountain, then you have to push me from behind, and do not worry, I will not fall at all. On which Aoning gets confused and starts looking towards him, and here we see Wei Hang climbing up, and Aoning was looking towards him, and as his partner, he was managing the ropes, and in his mind, it was running that I will not let Wei Hang fall at all. And we see Wei Hang, who had full trust on Aoning. That is why he was climbing confidently here. In the meantime, Aoning realizes that Wei Hang does not need his help at all. Wei Hang had reached up quite well here. Aoning, looking at him, says, you're looking quite cool. Wei Hang tells him, so tell me, how are you feeling? From below, Aoning tells him it is not that bad either. From below, Aoning tells him it is quite good. Come, let us do it again. Wei Hang comes down, then climbs up again. So Aoning tells him come, let us do it once again. And here Aoning was only staring at Wei Hang. Here, after coming down, Wei Hang asks him, what were you talking about? On this, Aoning asks him, did I do everything correctly just now? This Wei Hang says, yes, absolutely. And then Aoning tells Wei Hang, come, let us do it again. Where Wei Hang tells him, are you not going to climb with me today? On which Aoning says, not at all. I only want to watch you I want to help you. On which Wei Hang says, do you remember how many times I have climbed up for you? But whatever you say, I will accept. On which Aoning immediately says, is it true? Then immediately wear a helmet. On which Wei Hang tells him, I am a professional. I do not need a helmet. On which Aoning starts looking a little angry. So Wei Hang immediately gets scared and says, okay, I will wear it. And Aoning becomes quite happy. Now in the next scene, we see Wei Hang, who in his entire life had never worn a helmet on anyone saying, except his master. Today, because of Aoning's fear, he had worn a helmet, and he starts climbing, and Aoning comes from behind to push him. Here Wei Hang tells him, are you ready? In which Aoning says, yes, absolutely. And Aoning tells him, I will protect you, in which Wei Hang says, I understood. But apart from me, take care of yourself too. You can also fall. And he shows him the mat on the ground and says, this is the safety mat. Keep your feet on this only, otherwise you will slip and fall. On which Aoning gets ready. After which we see Aoning, who starts feeling quite shy because now he had to go close to Wei Hang. And Wei Hang tells him, come near me and help me. Here Wei Hang had got ready to climb, and Aoning had got ready to touch Wei Hang. Here Wei Hang tells him, you push me, and Aoning thinks shyly this is the first time I will go so close to him. Here, I even smell him. And Wei Hang starts climbing and Aoning starts pushing him from behind so that he can help him. Here then we see Wei Hang, who comes down, and thinks I thought since it is our first time, I would fall on Aoning. But I never thought that Aoning would handle me, and I did not even fall. Here Aoning tells him, I think now I have learned. And Wei Hang thinks, yes, me too. Then we see in the meantime Wei Hang's coach and his niece come there. Here, then, that girl says, what is happening? Are my eyes deceiving me? Wei Hang, that pile of ice has made someone his partner. Here, the coach also gets quite surprised and says, I cannot believe it. Wei Hang has worn a helmet. This cannot be our Wei Hang. Then that girl starts saying, but he is Wei Hang only. He is the one climbing there. On which the coach says, I am not ready to accept. Wei Hang can never wear a helmet. On which his niece says, come, let us bet. And if that guy turns out to be Wei Hang, then you will give me 1,000 yuan, for which the coach also agrees. Now, the next scene is shown to us as Wei Hang, whose coach comes to him and says, do you even know what you have done today? On which Wei Hang says, I do not know. On which the coach says angrily, because of you I lost 1,000 yuans. Today you wore a helmet to climb a small wall, and also made a newbie your partner. After all, how can this happen? Besides, you are also paying his membership fee. After all, why are you doing all this for him? On which Wei Hang tells that boy is his classmate and he is teaching him. On which that teacher gets quite surprised and starts checking Wei Hang and says, is your health okay? You used to hate these studious boys earlier, right? On which Wei Hang says Aoning is not like that, so do not say such things about him. On which the teacher immediately tells him, you also tell me what Aoning is like. On which Wei Hang says, I will tell later. Here that girl starts cheering for Wei Hang and says, big brother, you look quite handsome in helmet. Now, we see some days have passed, and Christmas has come. Aoning is thinking how quickly the holidays have come. Here Aoning's classmates want to take him along for a trip, but Aoning refuses for this, and after saying bye to his friends, he returns to his room, where after coming, he was thinking that after all, this year is also about to end. Then he also starts thinking about Wei Hang, what that guy must be doing, and then he falls asleep, and he had fallen asleep in the train. Then a man wakes him up and says, you are sleeping in the train. Wake up. And as Aoning wakes up, he gets quite surprised, because his last bus had also left, and he had got stuck in some unknown place, and at this late night, he was not going to get a taxi either, and when he does not see any way, then he immediately calls Wei Hang. Wei Hang asks him, it has become so late, why have you not returned? On which Aoning tells him, I fell asleep in the train, and now am in some unknown place. On which Wei Hang immediately asks him, where are you? Aoning tells him where he is Wei Hang, and Wei Hang immediately leaves to pick him up. But Aoning tells him there is no need for you to come. I will take a taxi. On which Wei Hang says, even if you do that, you will not return on time. On which Wei Hang says, our hostel is about to close soon. You will have to spend the night outside. Now Aoning had no answer to this thing. That is why Wei Hang tells him, do not worry, I'm coming soon to pick you up. Now, we see a scene after some time. So here, Wei Hang had reached with a taxi to pick Aoning. Here Aoning becomes quite happy after seeing him, and in his mind it was running. I never thought that something like this would also happen with me, that someone would wait for me or someone would come to pick me up. And right here, today's chapter ends. In the story till now, we had seen that Aoning's bus had left. That is why he calls Wei Hang to tell him that he will not be able to come today. But Wei Hang tells him to wait for him, because Wei Hang himself was going to pick him up. At the start of today's chapter, we see Wei Hang, who had reached to pick Aoning. Aoning apologizes for troubling him and says, thank you for coming here. And here, Aoning, while blushing, thinks, I had never thought that something like this would happen with me. I have never waited for anyone till today. And the story goes to the past, when Aoning used to be quite small and he was in high school. It used to rain a lot in school, but he knew that his mom would not come to pick him up. That is why he did not wait. Here all the children's parents come with umbrellas for them, but no one comes for Aoning here today. Aoning is thinking, this is the first time someone has come here for me. That too, my one roommate, whom I met only some time ago, that guy has come here for me at midnight. Then Aoning starts explaining to himself that he should not think so positively, because today, if instead of Aoning, his other friend Shenyan or Bao was there, then also Wei Hang would come to help them. Because Wei Hang is quite good, Now, Wei Hang tells the driver to take them to Lalin district where his previous house used to be. Aoning asks him, "You have moved from that place, right? Then after all, why are we going there?" On which Wei Hang says, "I had paid the rent of that place for 1 year. That is why I can go there anytime." Aoning starts feeling bad about this because quite a lot of Wei Hang's money had got wasted in it, and Wei Hang tells him, "Do not worry, I'm quite rich," and Aoning also accepts his words. Then Aoning notices that Wei Hang's hair is quite messed up, as if he did not get time to fix his hair before coming here, and Aoning tells Wei Hang about it. So Wei Hang takes out his cap and starts fixing his hair, because of which Aoning understands that Wei Hang had already fallen asleep when he called Wei Hang, so Wei Hang has come here by ruining his sleep. And here Aoning gets emotional and starts thinking, this is the first time someone has cared so much for him. Now, Aoning and Wei Hang reach Wei Hang's previous house, where Aoning tells him, "You must be quite tired, right? Come, let us rest." On which Wei Hang says, "I am not that tired," but to Aoning all this looks quite cute, because even though Wei Hang is tired, he is still lying to him. Then those people go inside the room, where Aoning immediately says, "I will sleep on the sofa." On which Wei Hang starts removing his big teddy bear from there, and Aoning, "This thing also looks quite cute." That Wei Hang likes teddy bear. Then Wei Hang gives mouthwash to Aoning because he did not have extra toothbrush, and he tells Aoning, "I do not have extra cup either." On which Aoning says, "There is no need for this, I will manage like this." And we see Aoning directly puts the tap in his mouth to rinse. Seeing which Wei Hang starts thinking, "I'll also rinse like this only." Now Aoning goes to sleep, and Wei Hang asks him, "Are you feeling cold?" On this Aoning says, "Not at all, this sheet is quite good and quite warm." And then Aoning tells Wei Hang to turn off the AC, after which Wei Hang is leaving from there, and Aoning starts looking at him in fear, so Wei Hang brings his teddy bear and keeps it on him, and says, "This will protect you," and Wei Hang goes from there, feeling quite shy, and Aoning was also feeling quite shy. Then he immediately hugs Wei Hang's teddy bear tightly and says, "Wei Hang, you are really quite cute." Now, the next scene is shown to us directly as morning, where Wei Hang comes and wakes Aoning, and then he goes to the washroom to brush. After waking up, Aoning follows Wei Hang towards the washroom, and as soon as he looks inside the washroom, he gets quite surprised because we see Wei Hang is washing his face exactly like Aoning. Seeing this thing, Aoning gets quite surprised and thinks this has become our indirect kiss. Now, Wei Hang tells him, "You should wear more clothes. Today's weather is quite cold," but Aoning was still quite nervous. Then Aoning tells him it is not that cold today, but then he sneezes, and Wei Hang says, "You have really caught a cold." And then we see both of them leaving from there, and Wei Hang had given his clothes to Aoning. And Aoning was quite nervous, and while blushing a lot, was thinking that Wei Hang's smell is so good and stronger than before. Now in the next scene, we see Wei Hang and Aoning doing rock climbing, where Aoning had now become quite tired, so he sits down. Then the coach's niece comes there, who tells Aoning and Topper, "Where are you?" On which Aoning says, "I am not a top student. Here, that girl says you do not need to lie to me. Here, everyone calls you Topper only." This is what Wei Hang has told all of us. On which Aoning, while feeling quite shy, asks, "Is it true Wei Hang has said this? What else has he said about me?" On which that girl also says shyly, "He has said quite a lot." On which Aoning starts looking towards Wei Hang. Then that girl goes near Aoning's ear and says, "Do you know Wei Hang is a virgin?" Even though it does not show from his attitude, but it is like that. Like Aoning gets shocked and all the water spills out. Then that girl says, "You also got surprised, right? You do not believe it. But look, Wei Hang is really quite innocent. When he ties rope on me, he does not even look towards my body." And then we see Wei Hang gets up from his place and goes and sits near them and says, "What talks are happening between you? Do it in front of me." On which that girl says, "Your ears are becoming quite sharp." And Aoning says, "We were not saying anything." Then Wei Hang stares at that girl and says, "Stop your nonsense, and you are getting fat." go reduce your weight. On which that girl laughs and starts making fun of Wei Hang and says, you do not even know what we were talking about. You are quite innocent. Now Oning tells Wei Hang that today, I have to go to teach tuition to Yuan. So I am leaving from here first. Then Wei Hang says, I also want to meet my teacher. Come, let us go together. After which Wei Hang drops Aoning near that pretty lady's house and leaves from there. And Aoning tells him we will meet at night, and Wei Hang leaves from there. But in Aoning's mind, it was running that the best thing of the whole day is that I can meet Wei Hang again. And what can be better in the whole world than that you can stay with the person you like? Here then, we see Aoning, who is teaching that small child, on which that child says, oh, Frogface, are you dating someone? Because of which Aoning gets quite surprised, and smoke starts coming out from his nose, ears, mouth, and he asks in fear, what nonsense are you talking? And Aoning immediately tries to divert this talk. But that boy tells him, hey, you are in college, right? Here dating is quite common. Then why are you getting so scared? Here, the more Aoning feels shy. That boy teases him that much. Then Aoning starts thinking, anyway, I'm not dating. But I like Wei Hang a lot. And this thing is making me feel quite sad. Because the one I like, I cannot be with him. Now, the next scene is shown to us as the rock climbing gym, where there were quite a lot of people. Aoning thinks that I should not trouble Wei Hang, because today, he will be quite busy, and I will only come in his way. Thinking this, Aoning starts leaving from there, and he tells Wei Hang that I am leaving today. I will meet you at night, which Wei Hang does not understand. And Wei Hang is sitting quietly at one place. Then suddenly, his coach comes there and asks him, what happened to you? Today, you are looking so sad. Here Wei Hang tells his coach that a person's mind changes so quickly, right? He had told me that he likes doing rock climbing, but today, he left, making an excuse. I think his interest in it is ending. On which the coach asks, are you talking about Aoning? And then immediately starts scolding Wei Hang and says Aoning is so weak. But you make him work so hard. You make him do so many exercises. He must have got tired for sure. But you should thank that he is so innocent. If someone else was in his place, he would have left you long ago. On which Wei Hang says, that is my way of teaching. If you do not like that way, then you can go. And we see Wei Hang really makes Aoning work very hard, and Aoning quietly accepts all his talks. Now, the coach tells Wei Hang that whatever you tell Aoning, he innocently accepts all your talks. But to me, it looks like you are bullying Aoning. And with the kind of attitude you have, you should stay away from my customers. Otherwise, you will scare all of them away. On which Wei Hang says, stop your nonsense, and immediately leaves from there, and behind the coach starts thinking that he is so handsome, but his attitude is so bad. Now, we see Aoning who was studying, and he thinks that today, I have to teach tuition to Wei Hang, so I will study properly first, so that if he asks any question, then I can answer it. Otherwise, it will be quite embarrassing. Then he gets a call from his mom, and he starts talking to her. Here his mom asks him, how is everything going in school? Aoning starts telling everything, and he is thinking that today is my birthday. It seems my mom remembered. That is why she called me, and Aoning becomes quite happy that his mom remembered, for the first time, that today is his birthday. And he becomes quite excited that when his mom will wish him birthday. That is why he tells his mom that here everything is fine. Why did you call? That your health is okay. On which his mom tells, yes, everything is fine. And then she suddenly says, I called you because I need a favor from you. Like Aoning becomes a little sad and says, what? On which his mom says, your uncle has to prepare a report. But you know, your uncle's eyesight is weak, and winter holidays are also going on, so he does not feel like making the report. And I cannot tell your younger brother to do this work because he is also quite busy here. So can you do your uncle's work for him? And Aoning becomes quite sad from this thing because holidays were going on for him too. But he could not go against his mom. That is why he asks her, when do you need the report? In the story till now, we had seen that on Aoning's birthday, his mom called him, because of which Aoning became quite happy as he thought his mom remembered his birthday for the first time. But his misunderstanding got cleared immediately when he found out that his mom had called him for her own purpose, and Aoning felt quite bad about this thing. That is why he thinks it is good that he has stopped expecting from anyone, because in the end, he only gets hurt. Now, today's chapter starts where Aoning is explaining to himself that this is not a big thing. He should return now. Then his eyes go towards the front from where he was coming, and he gets quite scared. He starts feeling scared that maybe Wei Hang has heard his call, and he is thinking now what should he say to Wei Hang. But Wei Hang himself comes from the front and says happy birthday to Aoning. Hearing which Aoning could not believe it. He had become quite surprised. Wei Hang goes near him and asks Aoning, so tell me, what gift do you want on your birthday? But Aoning asks him the first question, that after all, since when have you been standing here? On which Wei Hang tells for quite a long time. Then Aoning asks Wei Hang, after all, today is my birthday. How did you come to know this thing? On which Wei Hang tells, on the first day of school, I saw you writing your birthday. On which Aoning says in surprise, but at that time, you did not even know me. On which Wei Hang says your handwriting was quite unique. That is why I remembered it. Because of which, Aoning starts blushing a lot, and Wei Hang once again asks him, what do you want as birthday gift? Where Aoning immediately tells him, I want to do rock climbing with you, but not in the gym, in a real mountain. On this, Wei Hang says, then will you not feel scared? Where Aoning says, not at all when I am with you. For this, Wei Hang also agrees now and says we will go climbing tomorrow. But before that I have some important work. But Aoning asks, what work do you have? So Wei Hang tells him, today we will go to buy contact lenses for you. For which Aoning immediately starts refusing. But Wei Hang holds his hand and says, come, this will be my birthday gift for you. But Aoning was refusing for this and says contact lenses are quite expensive. But Wei Hang does not understand this thing at all, and he says they will be expensive. Only a little. But to Aoning, Wei Hang was looking quite cute, because Wei Hang had no idea about the prices of this world. Now, we see Wei Hang, who brings Aoning to a shop to buy contact lenses, and a girl comes and tells Aoning to come inside so that she can check his eyes. And on the other side, our hero Wei Hang was trying different goggles, in which he was looking quite handsome. Then after some time, Aoning also comes there and asks Wei Hang, what are you doing? But as soon as he sees Wei Hang in glasses, he likes it a lot and starts praising him. Then he asks Wei Hang, what happened to your eye exam? On which Aoning tells him my eyesight has become weaker than before. But in the meantime, that girl had brought new goggles for Aoning and had also brought some contact lenses. And then she immediately puts those contact lenses on Aoning. Where finally now Aoning could see without glasses. Wei Hang asks him, how are you feeling? On which Aoning says I am feeling quite good. This is the first time I am able to see without glasses. On which Wei Hang tells him, come, it is good. Now, we will be able to do climbing easily. Then that girl tells Wei Hang, you have bought membership, right? We will give you discount. Aoning gets scared on this and says, why did you buy such expensive membership? In which Wei Hang says, the glasses I bought, I got them free with it. And our innocent Aoning once again falls for his words. Now, the next scene, we see Aoning, who says thank you to Wei Hang for this gift. On this, Wei Hang says there is no need for this. I have given even more expensive gifts to my other friends. Then he says, you know this gift is quite different from the gifts I gave to my previous friends. I bought your gift with my own earned money. So come now, be happy on this thing only. And Aoning is listening to his talks in quite surprise. And knowing this thing, he feels quite good that Wei Hang bought a gift for him with his own money. And he thanks Wei Hang from the bottom of his heart. And this scene cuts here. The next scene starts as Wei Hang, who had gone to meet his teacher, but he was standing outside and listening to their talks. Where, inside, the teacher was talking to the coach. The coach says Wei Hang's child, even if he becomes old, he will not get a girl. After all, why does he stay so far from girls? And those people were only talking. Then Wei Hang enters inside in anger, on which his teacher tells him, look, we took the devil's name, and the devil appeared. But Wei Hang, without wasting any time, immediately says, "Teacher, I need your car. Tomorrow I am going for climbing," on which his teacher starts asking about him. So Wei Hang tells that I am taking one of my friends there. Then in the middle, the coach speaks up that he is definitely taking his girlfriend. And before these two can cook any khichdi, Wei Hang immediately hits on his head and says, "I am taking one of my boyfriends." On this, the coach immediately gets scared and says, "Are you taking Aoning?" And the coach was also blushing here. And Wei Hang asks for the keys from them. So the coach says, "Is it true you are not taking any girl?" For which Wei Hang refuses. Here, then, Wei Hang's teacher gives him his keys and says Aoning is quite new in climbing, so please take care of him, and next time bring him to me. I want to meet him, for which Wei Hang also agrees, and then he takes out the same bought glasses from his side and keeps them in front of them, and says this is a gift for you people, and immediately leaves from there. And the coach and teacher get quite surprised and say, "After all, how will both of us wear one glasses?" Now, the next scene starts as Aoning, who was sleeping in his room and thinking that now the time for the dorm to close has come, so Wei Hang will not be able to come on time because by now the hostel doors must have closed. Then suddenly, he starts hearing strange sounds, and as Aoning turns and looks down, we find that Wei Hang had reached there. Aoning asks him, "How did you come inside? The hostel doors were closed on," which Wei Hang tells that he came by climbing from the window, because of which Aoning gets quite surprised that Wei Hang had climbed the window of the second floor only for him. Aoning immediately asks him what would have happened if the window was closed, in which Wei Hang says, "I would have told you, and got it open." Now Aoning immediately tells Wei Hang, "If something like this happens next time, then tell me, then I will help you." On which Wei Hang tells him, "If you do such bad things with me, then are you not scared that your scholarship will be taken away?" On which Aoning first starts blushing a lot, then immediately says, "When I am with you, I do not feel scared of anything." Now, the next scene is shown directly as morning. The hostel doors were still closed, but they had to go for climbing. That is why they were opening the windows, so that they could go down with their help. Here Aoning was quite scared, which Wei Hang also notices and tells him, "Anyway, we cannot wait here. We have to leave on time. I will go first, then you come behind, seeing me." After which we see Wei Hang, who starts climbing down the wall and reaches down quite easily with the power of his skill. After which the next turn was Aoning's. Wei Hang was cheering for him from below. Aoning first throws his bag to see, and thinks this is the first time I am running down from the window, and he starts consoling himself that nothing bad will happen. After which he starts trying to come down from the window, but the poor guy was quite scared and was making a lot of mistakes. And then suddenly, his foot falls on something, and he starts falling. But we see, as always, Wei Hang comes and handles him, and Wei Hang immediately teases him and says, "Aoning, today you are doing quite bad things with me. If both of us keep doing such mischief, then your scholarship will definitely go." And Wei Hang starts moving forward, and Aoning says, "Wait for me." And Aoning looks towards Wei Hang while smiling and says, and Aoning looks towards Wei Hang while smiling and thinks, "If I keep hanging out with you like this, then I do not know about me, but you will definitely pass your exam." Now Aoning says, "So early in the morning, we will not get a bus. Why do we not take a taxi?" On which Wei Hang tells him that he has brought his teacher's car, because of which Aoning gets surprised and asks him, "Can you drive too?" On which Wei Hang says the one who can ride a bike can drive, and immediately tells Aoning, "If you want to sleep, then you can sleep." On which Aoning tells that he is not tired at all. On which Aoning says that he is not tired. So Wei Hang says, "Then come, let us talk only." On which Aoning asks him the first question after all, "Where are we going?" On which Wei Hang tells he is taking Aoning to a secret place. A place which no one except Wei Hang knows. On which Aoning asks in surprise, "Is it true?" On which Wei Hang tells, "Yes, absolutely. Both of us will be the first people who will go there. But who knows, next time quite a lot of people may be found there." On which Aoning immediately says, but you have found it. So I think you should keep its name on your name, on which Wei Hang tells him, I am quite bad at naming. Why do you not keep its name? On which Aoning says, come, let us go there together. Then we will decide the name, for which Wei Hang also agrees. Then we see Aoning starts feeling sleepy, which Wei Hang also notices now. Wei Hang tells Aoning, if you are feeling sleepy, then you can sleep. For which Aoning also agrees and starts imagining that Wei Hang is going close to him. So guys, the scene is only Aoning's imagination, because of which Aoning gets quite scared and starts telling himself, Aoning, idiot, where, after all, are you thinking this? Then Aoning goes to sleep, and Wei Hang puts a sheet on him. So Aoning says, I am not feeling cold. And Wei Hang tells him, you are not getting sleep. Then Aoning tells, when was I getting sleep? In which Wei Hang says, if you start feeling sleepy, then tell me. But Aoning looks towards Wei Hang and becomes quite happy and says, you take so much care of me. Wei Hang, thank you very much. This birthday was the best birthday for me. Where Wei Hang was also smiling while looking at him. Now in the next scene, we see that both of them had finally reached that destination, where Wei Hang tells Aoning we have reached, and Aoning gets down from the car. He starts feeling strange outside and was feeling quite cold, because he had worn quite thin clothes. But Wei Hang tells Aoning, come now, let us move forward. But Aoning was feeling quite cold, and he starts sneezing. But Wei Hang was lost in some other thought, and Aoning starts feeling shy. Then Wei Hang suddenly turns back and says, Aon, now walk carefully. Both of us have reached where we had to go. And right here, today's chapter ends. In the story till now we had seen that according to his promise, Wei Hang had brought Aoning for rock climbing, which was Aoning's birthday gift from Wei Hang's side. So before starting today's chapter, I would like to tell all of you that on my original novel channel, I have also explained a new story written by me. Please go and watch it once, and tell me whether I should continue it or not. So with this, let us start today's chapter, where at the start of the chapter, we see Aoning, who was walking behind Wei Hang, but he was feeling quite shy. Now, we see that both of them reach near that mountain, where Wei Hang asks, Aoning, this mountain I have found. So there is not much safety here. Do you really want to climb on it? For which Aoning immediately agrees. On which Wei Hang says, then first I will climb up. You come behind me. And Aoning had already become quite excited just by being with Wei Hang. After which, both of them wear all the equipment and get ready to climb. Wei Hang tells Aoning, I am going. You come walking slowly behind me. And then we see Wei Hang, who is about to climb straight up, and asks Aoning once again, can you do it? Do you think you are ready today? For which Aoning says yes, absolutely. But Wei Hang tells him to think again, because there was absolutely no safety at this place. If Aoning falls, he could get hurt. For which Aoning gets ready again. So Wei Hang climbs up and comes down and tells Aoning, now it is your turn. After which we see Aoning, who starts climbing up slowly, and he succeeds in placing the hook at the first two places. But he was paying quite a lot of attention, because with one mistake, he could fall down. But then he reaches such a turn where, because of his short height, he was facing trouble, and as soon as he tries to place the hook, his foot slips and he starts falling from above, because of which he gets quite scared. But here, he does not give up, and holds the rope very tightly. He was hearing Wei Hang's shouting voice, and Wei Hang was telling him to be careful, but Aoning does not fall and handles himself. Then he asks Wei Hang, were you scared? On which Wei Hang tells, yes, absolutely. Because of you this rope was pulling very hard. I thought I would not be able to save you. I had to use almost all my strength to pull you. So Aoning becomes happy and says, is it true? So after all, have forced you to use your full strength. On this Wei Hang says yes, absolutely. But do not try to do this again next time. After which Aoning again starts focusing on climbing up, and we see our Aoning reaches the top of the mountain for the first time, and as soon as he sees the beautiful view in front. He gets quite surprised and says this world is really quite beautiful, and Wei Hang must always see such beautiful views. Then Wei Hang shouts from below and tells him, Aoning, when you are able to see the sun from so high up, then I think you should make a wish. For this, Aoning also gets ready, and in the wish he asks, I want to become Wei Hang's partner, and by supporting him in rock climbing, I want to always protect him. And from below, Wei Hang was only looking at him. Now, in the next scene, we see that Wei Hang was helping Aoning in coming down. Then after Aoning comes down, he asks him, what did you wish for? On which Aoning tells that I wish that you pass all your exams. On which Wei Hang starts saying, do you also think that I cannot pass the exams? On which Aoning starts explaining that there is nothing like that. I know you will pass the exams, and this wish I made only for you. And then he asks Wei Hang, today, like you saved my life, will I also ever be able to save your life? In which Wei Hang tells him if you eat food properly and build strength, then absolutely you will also be able to save me. On which Aoning starts saying if I eat more food, then I will become fat. And Wei Hang also starts smiling on his talks and says you are a child, so you should drink milk. And then both of them start moving forward while laughing, smiling, and talking together. Then Aoning asks Wei Hang, you always come to this jungle. Do you not feel scared that sometime a lion or bear may come? This Wei Hang says, what is there to be scared when Aoning is with me? And from this talk, Aoning starts feeling quite shy. Then he thinks how stupid I am, what kind of questions I ask him. But then suddenly Wei Hang tells Aoning, do not move. Look to the side. There is a snake. Aoning gets so scared that he directly hides behind Wei Hang, and we see Wei Hang was teasing Aoning, and he tells him, I was just joking, in which Aoning says, how dare you, do not do this again. And Wei Hang was finding Aoning quite cute, and then Wei Hang, to change the subject, asks Aoning, so what are our friends doing on New Year? They must have made their own plans leaving us. On which Aoning says what will happen to us, on which Wei Hang says ours. Like Aoning starts feeling shy and thinks he is saying the right thing. Wei Hang, it is not necessary that Wei Hang should celebrate his new year with me only. But then Wei Hang tells Aoning, I have to return this car to my teacher. Do you want to come with me? For which Aoning also agrees. Now, the next scene is shown to us as the teacher, who gets quite surprised after seeing Wei Hang, because Wei Hang and Aoning had come to meet him. Here Aoning says hello to the teacher, and the teacher tells him, this devil Wei Hang always keeps telling me about you. I am very happy to meet you. And Wei Hang, as soon as he enters, says, I am hungry. Do you have something to eat on? Which the teacher says, absolutely not. If you are hungry, then go and make it yourself. For this Aoning says, then I will make something, and immediately asks Wei Hang about the kitchen. Wei Hang shows him the way to the kitchen, and Aoning goes to make food here. The teacher tells Wei Hang, devil, you are sending our topper student to make food. Go and help him. On which Wei Hang says he is our guest, so do you not think you should help him? On this, the teacher says, my dear Wei Hang, do you not remember how I cook food? If I cook food, then will you have the courage to eat it? And the teacher was remembering his poisonous food, which was more toxic than the waste of a nuclear power plant, after eating which 10,000 rats could die in one go. As soon as Wei Hang remembers this thing, he says, no, leave it. It will be better if you do not cook food at all. Now, we see Aoning, who starts preparing to make food. Then Wei Hang comes there, and he suddenly goes quite close to Aoning so that he can take out some stuff. But because of this, Aoning had started feeling quite shy. Aoning looks up in fear where Wei Hang was helping him. Then Wei Hang asks Aoning, do you need more help from me? On which Aoning tells him to bring eggs, and Wei Hang also brings them and asks him where should I keep them. On which Aoning says, just keep them there. And now just watch my magic. Where we see Aoning, who starts making food with quickness. And Wei Hang was also becoming quite happy while looking at him. Then Aoning tells Wei Hang, what are you looking at me here for? Go and watch TV with your teacher. In this, Wei Hang says, Watching you make food is more interesting than watching TV. Because of which Aoning gets quite surprised while feeling shy. Now, in the next scene, we see all of them eating food together, where the teacher was liking that food quite a lot and Wei Hang was also praising it. But Aoning was feeling quite shy, and says this was not such a big thing, and also tells Wei Hang, did you like the food? In the next scene, we see the teacher who tells Wei Hang, I'm feeling sleepy. Can you walk with me to my room? After this, Wei Hang brings the teacher to their room. Here, the teacher tells him, if you do not want to share the bed with Aoning at night, then you can send him to the guest room and you sleep on the sofa. On which Wei Hang asks him, after all, what problem will I have in sleeping with Aoning? On which the teacher says, but you used to hate sharing bed with anyone earlier, right? Because of which, Wei Hang immediately starts looking the other way. And in the next scene, as soon as Wei Hang comes outside, he sees that Aoning had already fallen asleep on the sofa, where he puts a sheet on him, and Aoning was sleeping with quite innocence. So Wei Hang starts blushing a lot while looking at him and says, Aoning, how can you sleep with so much innocence? Your sleeping like this is absolutely a crime. If my mind changes, then what will I do? And after looking at Aoning lovingly, he leaves from there. Now, we are shown the scene directly as 3 o'clock at night, where suddenly Aoning's eyes open, and as soon as he wakes up, he sees that Wei Hang was sitting there and looking at him. He asks Wei Hang, what are you doing here, and why have you not slept till now? On which Wei Hang tells him, I was just not getting sleep like this. Aoning immediately comes near him and says, what are you doing? Then Wei Hang tells that I am drinking. Then Aoning says, come, let us talk for some time. Then you go to sleep. Here Wei Hang also agrees for him. But we see Wei Hang becomes a little drunk. Aoning asks Wei Hang, did you used to go for rock climbing with your teacher before? For which Wei Hang says yes, absolutely. And then Aoning asks Wei Hang, after your teacher's injury and after his accident, did you always start going for rock climbing alone? For which also Wei Hang says yes. And then Aoning asks, Wei Hang, do you want a new partner for yourself? Do you want someone to become your partner in rock climbing? On which Wei Hang says emotionally, I do not think anyone will make me their partner like this. It starts feeling quite bad, and he thinks I feel like hugging Wei Hang. Then he immediately picks up one drink himself and starts drinking. Here Aoning tells Wei Hang, when my father's death happened, I also started feeling like this, that I have no one in this world, and no one needs me. On this, Wei Hang tells him, why did you think like this? Never think so badly about yourself, you are quite cute. Because of which smoke starts coming out from Aoning's eyes, nose, mouth, and the poor guy feels quite shy. But Wei Hang goes quite close to Aoning and says, I am telling the truth. You are the cutest boy I have met till now. Here Aoning had become a red tomato while feeling shy. And he thinks, after all, what is Wei Hang saying? All this. Has Wei Hang become drunk? But Wei Hang goes even closer to Aoning and says, I told you, right? You do not look like a frog. You are very cute. Your eyes are the most beautiful in this world. On this, Aoning starts feeling quite shy, and in the next moment we see Wei Hang had now become unconscious. Aoning immediately tries to wake Wei Hang and says this place is quite cold. You will catch cold, so go inside and sleep. But Wei Hang was quite heavy, so Aoning could not lift him. Now, the next morning, as soon as Wei Hang's sleep breaks, we see that he was sleeping with Aoning only. Aoning was with him the whole night. Wei Hang asks him, Aoning, why are you sleeping here? We see Aoning, who had caught fever. Wei Hang notices this, and he says, you have quite high fever. After all, what were you doing on the ground with me? On which Aoning apologizes for the trouble, and he starts lifting him to take him inside, and asks him, if I had fallen asleep, then you should have gone inside and slept. On which Aoning says, I was waiting for you to wake up, but I fell asleep. So Wei Hang gets quite angry and says this is no excuse at all. I have the habit of sleeping outside in the cold. I have also slept on mountains, but you do not have this habit. That is why your health got bad. Look, whether you are having problem or not, On which Aoning gets quite surprised and thinks that Wei Hang is so angry. And right here this chapter ends. In the story till now, we had seen that because of sleeping on the ground, Aoning had fallen ill, because of which Wei Hang became quite angry. At the starting of chapter 54, Aoning's eyes open and he finds himself in his hostel room where Wei Hang had brought him. Aoning starts feeling that Wei Hang is now ignoring him, and he immediately checks his phone. Then it turns out Wei Hang has just gone to bring breakfast. Aoning was still quite surprised when suddenly he hears a knock on the door, and as soon as he goes outside his friends had come to meet him. Here Bao and Sengen tell him that in college the same. We are doing some different publicity stunt, and those people immediately start taking Aoning with them. Where then, in the next scene, we see that a cat had got stuck on a quite high wall, and Wei Hang was about to climb the wall to help it. Then Aoning comes there and says, "This can be quite dangerous, Wei Hang. You should not do this." On which Wei Hang explains to him that there is no need for him to worry. This small matter is quite easy for Wei Hang, and Wei Hang immediately starts climbing there. All the people get quite surprised, and we see Wei Hang quite easily climbs on top of the wall and reaches that cat. Here, that cat was quite scared, but Wei Hang tries to save it somehow, and immediately holds it and brings it down. Where all the people start clapping, to Aoning that cat looks quite cute, but that cat was quite scared of Wei Hang. Then Wei Hang asks Aoning about his health and says, "Come, let us eat food together." And we see he comes to the room and starts eating food, where Aoning was also taking out food for Wei Hang. So Wei Hang says, "I have already eaten. All that is for you." And Aoning starts eating a lot of food with enjoyment. Where then, Wei Hang asks Aoning, "What are you going to do on New Year?" Then Aoning tells him that he is going back to his home and tells Wei Hang to come shopping with him so that he can buy gifts for his parents. For this, Wei Hang immediately agrees, but the poor guy starts facing trouble because he did not know at all what to buy in gifts. So he immediately asks for help from his coach and tells him, "After all, where should we go to buy gifts?" Where the coach thinks that he is going to buy gifts for them, but Wei Hang tells no, it is for one of his friends. Because of which the coach understands in 1 second that he is going to take Aoning. And Wei Hang also starts thinking, after all, if not Aoning, then whom should I take? Here the coach anyway tells Wei Hang about the place, but he asks, after all, why do you roam around so much with Aoning? For which Wei Hang does not give answer, and is only looking towards Aoning while smiling and thinking, "Aoning, you are the first topper whom I like. You are the first person whom I have taught rock climbing for free." Our Aoning was eating with innocence, and Wei Hang, looking at him, thinks, "Aoning, you are the first such person whom I have taken to my home, and you are going to be the first such person with whom I am going to buy gifts." And Wei Hang, while smiling, asks himself after, "Oh, why am I so comfortable with you? And why has every first thing of mine happened only with you?" Now, directly, we are shown the scene after 2 weeks, where both of them were going together to buy gifts. But where they had come, there was quite a lot of crowd, and Aoning was nervous. Wei Hang tells him, "Do not get lost here, old child." On which Aoning says, "Even if I want, I cannot get lost." Then Wei Hang tells him, "Are you feeling nervous? Here, you can come near me." Aoning does not understand anything, and Wei Hang, while smiling, looks towards him and immediately brings Aoning in front of him and tells him, "Now you walk with me," because of which Aoning gets quite scared. Here Aoning's heart was beating very fast, and he thinks, "I should not get nervous so quickly. I will make one mistake, and Wei Hang will come to know that I like him. But I have to keep this secret at any cost." And both of them start walking, and Aoning was trying hard to hide his love. Both of them were walking together. Aoning was taking long breaths and was also smiling while blushing a lot. Then suddenly Wei Hang puts his hand on Aoning's shoulder and he gets scared badly. And Wei Hang tells Aoning, "Look at those people." Where as soon as Aoning looks, we are shown a couple there. And Aoning thinks, after all, why is he telling me to look towards the couple? But Wei Hang says, "You come with me, I need some fresh air." But poor Aoning was still confused. After all, what Wei Hang wants to say. and he just quietly accepts Wei Hang's words and comes to one shop to buy some gifts, where he was buying some snacks and also asks Wei Hang his choice and immediately buys for Wei Hang and tells him to eat, where Wei Hang was also looking towards him while smiling, and in Wei Hang's mind, it was running that you are quite good at hiding your feelings. Here Wei Hang immediately picks up those snacks and says, "This is quite big. I cannot eat alone," and immediately breaks it and starts sharing with Aoning. But Aoning refuses and says his hands are dirty, so he will not be able to eat. On which Wei Hang immediately takes advantage of the moment and says, "Then come, open your mouth," and immediately feeds him the sweet, where Aoning's heartbeat had now increased quite fast, and as Wei Hang touches his lips, Aoning gets quite scared. Wei Hang then asks him, "Was it good?" But Aoning is now not able to give any answer. And then we see Wei Hang, who also touches his own lips with the excuse of eating that sweet, because of which Aoning had now reached another world. While feeling shy, now both of them were returning home together. Then Aoning asks Wei Hang, "Have you ever sat in a bus?" For which Wei Hang refuses, but tells Aoning, "Do you want to go by short route or long route?" For which Aoning immediately agrees excitedly, and Wei Hang notices it. Here, then, both of them are traveling together in the bus, but Aoning was secretly looking towards Wei Hang, but Wei Hang's attention was somewhere else. But in Aoning's mind, it was running that Wei Hang, even if my love for you is one-sided, but still, every memory of mine with you is the best, and I do not want anything more than this. Now in the next scene, we see Aoning in their room, where he tells Wei Hang, "Now I'm going back home, take care of yourself." But Wei Hang was in sleep, so he could not give much answer, where Aoning tells him to rest, and immediately returns to his home, where on the way he calls his mom and tells her that he is returning home, on which his mom says, "But I had given you quite a lot of work, right?" On which Aoning tells that I had already completed all that work quite earlier. That is why I wanted to come back and meet you. Here Aoning's mom tells him, "You should have told me before coming home, right? I am not at home. I have come to your uncle's hometown with him for a trip. So you can go and take the house keys and stay in the house. It will take us some days to return." Hearing which Aoning immediately stops, and he realizes that he gets the chance to return home only once a year, but even today his mom is not there. He was looking at people around him, where quite a lot of people had come to the same town where Aoning had come, but their parents had come to meet them, had come to pick them up. And at this time Aoning realizes that the house which he always considered his own, that house never considered him its own. This is the world of which he could never become a part. But he still has one option, one more world where he can return. The world in which there is one more person who always waits for him. One person who cares about him. And a smile comes on Aoning's face and he says, "The person who always cares about me is not my mom." And he comes running back to his room, where he was breathing quite heavily. Wei Hang asks him, "You came back so early. Did you forget something to take?" On which Aoning tells, "No, I am not going back home." On which Wei Hang asks him, "But why?" On which Aoning tells just like that, "I do not want to go back." Wei Hang says, "But I thought you had gone." On this, Aoning says, "I did not want to leave you alone." On which Wei Hang immediately asks him, "So do you want to spend New Year with me?" But Aoning had also agreed for this thing. Here Aoning, looking towards Wei Hang, thinks, "Wei Hang, if we were not roommates, or if we were not friends, then I wanted to tell you one thing." And then Wei Hang also starts looking towards Aoning, and he looks quite confused. Here Aoning looks towards Wei Hang while smiling lovingly. Here Aoning looks towards Wei Hang while smiling lovingly, and in his mind only he asks Wei Hang, "Can I always spend all my New Years with you? Throughout my entire life, I want to spend every moment of my future only with you. Can I do this?" But Aoning is not able to say this thing. Then we see both of them shopping together for New Year, where some parents and children were enjoying. And Wei Hang tells Aoning, "Do not get lost." On which Aoning says, "How can I get lost when I am with you? Because whenever I look high up, I only see you because you are quite tall." Here then, Wei Hang tries to play piano, but from his tune, the poor child gets scared and Aoning starts laughing. Now, Finally, the New Year day has also come, where Aoning was enjoying the snowfall quite a lot. Then from behind Wei Hang comes and makes him wear his coat, and says, "You will catch cold." Where Aoning along with him tells to play in the snow, and Wei Hang could not refuse his talk. We see both of them together make a snowman, where Wei Hang was looking at Aoning quite lovingly, and Aoning also becomes quite happy. Then both of them start going inside the cafeteria while talking together, where Aoning asks Wei Hang, "Do you know why this place is so popular?" On which Aoning tells, "Because the most beautiful girl of the school comes here." Because of which Wei Hang gets quite surprised, and here he immediately asks Aoning, "You also come here quite a lot. Do you like the most beautiful girl of our school?" For which Aoning clearly refuses and says, "I do not come here for her. I come here for the best food here." And then he tells Wei Hang, "The food of this place is the best. If you come here with me every day, then you will like the food here quite a lot." Here Wei Hang was listening to his talks. Then Aoning says, "Even though the school beauty comes here, but the most handsome boy of our school also comes here. You know, you are the most handsome boy of this entire school." On which Wei Hang immediately asks him, "Do you also think that I am handsome?" And right here, today's chapter ends. In the story till now, we had seen that Aoning and Wei Hang were having lunch together, where, then, Wei Hang suddenly asks Aoning, "Do you think I am handsome?" So with this, today's chapter starts, where we see Aoning, who had become quite surprised after hearing this question, and his heart was beating very fast. He immediately tries to control himself, and in the meantime, he was saying a lot of nonsense things, and in the end, to manage the talk, he says, "Yes, you are handsome." But to Wei Hang these actions were looking quite cute. Then Aoning immediately to divert the talk, asks Wei Hang, "When you go climbing next time, will you take me as your partner?" On which Wei Hang says, "Yes, absolutely, but only if you eat meat properly and build your body, then only." Where Aoning tells him, "Look, I'm eating quite a lot of food, and now I have started becoming fat." For which Wei Hang refuses and says, "You are still quite good. I mean, your body is quite fit. Come, let's go climbing tomorrow." For which Aoning becomes quite excited. Now, the next scene is shown to us as morning, where Aoning and Wei Hang had come together for climbing. And on this, Wei Hang tells Aoning, "You can choose any mountain of your choice." Aoning starts looking around, so Wei Hang says, "You can choose anyone. Here everything is quite easy." And Aoning was liking this quite a lot. He immediately points towards one mountain, and says, "Then come, let's go near it." Now, we see both of them come and stand in front of one mountain, where, as soon as Aoning looks up, he sees a quite beautiful thing. Wei Hang asks him, "What did you see?" On which Aoning points upwards and says, "There a flower has bloomed, which is quite beautiful." And Wei Hang tells him the name of this mountain is Blue Fall, which is quite a cute name. Here, Aoning looking up, says how surprising it is that a flower can also bloom so high up. And Wei Hang was only looking towards Aoning while smelling. Then both of them start getting ready to climb. Then Wei Hang asks Aoning, "Are you nervous?" For which Aoning refuses, but we knew that he was quite nervous. Now Wei Hang, leaning forward, tells Aoning, "Do not worry, I will not fall." And we see Wei Hang starts climbing, and as soon as he reaches near that flower, he thinks, "I should get this for Aoning," and he immediately jumps to catch that flower, but he slips. Here Aoning gets quite surprised, and starts looking towards him, and we see Wei Hang, who was about to fall, but Aoning immediately jumps, and, using his mind, saves him, and we see our little Aoning had lifted Wei Hang's entire weight. Then suddenly, Wei Hang asks him, "Do you want this flower?" For which Aoning first gets surprised, then immediately tells him, on which Aoning gets quite surprised, and starts looking. Then Wei Hang says, "If you want this flower, then I will try to get it," because of which Aoning understands that Wei Hang had just tried to get that flower by risking his life. He immediately, while smiling, tells him there is no need for this. That flower has grown there with a lot of difficulty, so let it stay there. for which Wei Hang also agrees, and while climbing he reaches up where Aoning was quite happy. Wei Hang was looking towards Aoning while smiling, where in Aoning's mind it was running. The beautiful flower which I need is right in front of my eyes, and I can see it quite well. As soon as Wei Hang comes down from above, Aoning immediately runs towards him and asks him, after all, why were you trying to jump from there? On this Wei Hang gets confused. So Aoning says, did you want to give me experience? For which Wei Hang agrees, and Aoning becomes quite happy. But we see Wei Hang, who was thinking, even I do not know, after all, why I did such a dangerous thing. But as soon as I jumped for the first time, I had got quite scared, and when I was falling, I thought I would not be able to save myself. And then we see Wei Hang while smiling, and he says, but then I remembered that this time I am not alone, and my heart started beating hard, but as soon as I looked towards you, my heart suddenly became completely calm. And this scene cuts here. The next scene is shown to us as Aoning's hostel, where he was sleeping. But even in the dream, the poor guy was seeing Wei Hang, where in his dream he was teaching Wei Hang. And we see Aoning had finally confessed his feelings to Wei Hang in his dream. Guys, at least this guy showed courage in the dream, so he deserves claps for this. Now, the next scene is shown to us directly as morning, where Wei Hang had come to pick Aoning. Aoning asks him, where are we going? Which Wei Hang says, just come with me. And we see Wei Hang had brought Aoning shopping with him, and buys him some milk and all, and gives it and says, drink this, you will get strength. Aoning was also looking towards him while smiling. Now, both of them are drinking milk together in the next scene. But Aoning was only staring at Wei Hang, and was praising him again and again. He says he is so tall, so beautiful. His eyes are so cute. He looks good in clothes. He looks good without clothes too. And the most important thing, when he drinks milk, he looks exactly like mine. Anyway, jokes apart. Now we see Aoning thinking quite a lot, where Wei Hang also notices him. Here Aoning looks quite nervous to us. So Wei Hang tells him, do you want to keep your foot on top of my foot? On which Aoning says, why should I do that? On which Wei Hang tells him that we have worn new shoes. If you keep your foot on new shoes, then confidence comes inside you. Do you want to try this? And when Aoning searches online, he comes to know about it, that this really happens. Aoning was refusing. He says, I cannot do this. But Wei Hang says, I will help you. He immediately holds Aoning's feet quite lovingly, because of which Aoning gets quite surprised, and we see he keeps Aoning's feet on top of his own feet, and tells Aoning, should you apply some strength? And tells Aoning, apply a little strength, an hour. Poor Aoning finally starts doing that, but still, he was not satisfied. He says, come, I will teach you how to do it, and immediately goes close to Aoning and starts keeping his foot on top of Aoning's feet. And here, we see both of them were enjoying their time like this. Now, Wei Hang asks Aoning, you feeling good? On which Aoning gets quite scared. Suddenly, Wei Hang says, I liked keeping my foot on you a lot. I think you must have also enjoyed enjoyed keeping foot on my foot. Because of which Aoning's heartbeats increase quite fast. And he says in fear, what nonsense is this guy talking? Poor Aoning had felt quite shy, and Wei Hang had no realization of his mistake. Now, the scene cuts here. The next scene is shown to us after some days. Aoning wakes up after sleeping in his room. Then today, Wei Hang was not. Aoning thinks, where has Wei Hang gone? Then he finds a note from Wei Hang on which it was written that today he has some work in the rock climbing gym. That is why he is leaving early, and tells Aoning to wear his contact lenses today. Here, Aoning does not understand after all what is special today. But as soon as he looks in his phone, today was 14th February, which means Valentine's Day. Aoning gets quite surprised from this, and he thinks, is all this happening because of Valentine's Day? Now, the next scene is shown to us as Aoning, who is working in the same restaurant. Then suddenly Wei Hang comes there. Aoning gets quite confused after seeing him, and thinks, after all, what is he doing here? Aoning was feeling quite shy. He was thinking, has Wei Hang come here for Valentine's Day? Wei Hang immediately goes near Aoning, and asks him, "Are you busy?" In answer to this, Aoning says, "Yes. I have a little work right now. Will you wait for me for some time?" On which Wei Hang says, "Yes, absolutely, I will wait for you." On which Aoning tells Wei Hang one place, and says, "Go and sit there." For this Wei Hang also agrees. Then we see Wei Hang, who is sitting peacefully and waiting for Aoning. Now then we see Aoning, from whom suddenly one of his colleague asks, "Who is that boy sitting there? Is he your friend, after all? What is he doing here on Valentine's Day? He is so handsome. Does he not have any girlfriend?" On which Aoning, while acting, says, "Yes. Absolutely. I also feel quite sad that he does not have a cool girlfriend." On this, that girl says, "Looking at you, it does not seem that you feel even 1% sadness." Now, we see Aoning, who gives something to eat to Wei Hang, and both of them were looking towards each other while smiling, where this girl understands that there is something black in the lentil. Now, after some time, Aoning's work also gets over, and he tells Wei Hang, "Come, let us go." Then Wei Hang gives him one helmet and says, "Wear this." Aoning gets quite surprised after seeing it and says, "Can both of us travel together in your bike?" Then Wei Hang tells him, "Yes, absolutely. As long as I want, my bike can do anything." After which Wei Hang gives his bag to Aoning and says, "Come and sit." Aoning wears his helmet and says, "This is quite a strange helmet." On this, Wei Hang tells, "Yes, absolutely. This is a face protection helmet, which is quite strong. I do not want to harm your face." Where Aoning gets confused and starts looking towards him, so Wei Hang says, "Nothing, just hold me and sit." Aoning was feeling quite shy for this, so we see Wei Hang, who immediately holds his hands and wraps them around his waist. Here Aoning had now held Wei Hang quite tightly, because Wei Hang had made him do this, which makes Aoning quite surprised, and he was blushing a lot. And right here, today's chapter ends. In the story till now, we had seen that on Valentine's Day Aoning was at his part-time job. Then suddenly Wei Hang came to meet him, where he had come to pick Aoning, and after making him wear a cute helmet, both of them start their journey. Today's chapter starts, and we see Aoning and Wei Hang going somewhere together, where Aoning was feeling quite scared and telling Wei Hang to drive slowly. But Wei Hang was not listening to his words. Now both of them reach their hostel, where Wei Hang tells Aoning, "Today, you sleep early. Tomorrow, we have to go somewhere." On which Aoning asks him, "Where are we going?" So Wei Hang tells him, "We are going for rock climbing." Because of which Aoning becomes quite excited and asks, "Is it true? Will that mountain be quite tall?" On which Wei Hang says, "I do not know. Tomorrow, when we go, we will see ourselves." After which we are shown the scene directly of the next day, where both of them were traveling together in the car. Aoning asks Wei Hang, "After all, where are we going that you are buying so much food?" On which Wei Hang tells him, "All this food is for you, because today, the mountain we are going to climb will take quite a lot of time, and even if the whole night passes, I will not let you come down." Which Aoning does not understand at all. Then a song starts playing there, which Aoning likes a lot because it was from his favorite TV serial. Here, seeing Aoning so lost, Wei Hang asks him, "What are you thinking?" On which Aoning tells, "This song I like a lot." Wei Hang says, "I have never heard this song before, but I am also liking it a lot," and asks Aoning, "Is this your favorite song?" On this, Aoning says, "Yes. I also said that this is my favorite song." And both of them start enjoying their journey like this. Now in the next scene, we see them near one mountain, where both of them were about to reach their destination. Then a dangerous animal comes there, and Aoning gets scared and hides behind Wei Hang, in which Wei Hang tells him, "Do not worry, I will protect you from this animal. I am bigger than this animal." And Aoning was also not feeling scared at all because of being with Wei Hang here. Seeing Wei Hang talking so much, Aoning had become quite surprised. Then Wei Hang asks him, "What are you surprised about?" On which Aoning was about to tell him, but Wei Hang himself says, "Today, I am talking quite a lot, right?" And asks him, "Tell me, when do I look better to you? When I stay quiet, or when I talk a lot?" But Aoning says I always like you. I mean, however you are good. And Wei Hang was looking towards him while smiling. Then he starts moving forward and says, "Come. We are about to reach," and Aoning, as always, was following him. After this, we see both of them who reach near one mountain, and Aoning gets quite surprised after seeing that mountain, and Wei Hang tells him, "Forgive me, I lied to you, this mountain is really quite tall." Aoning asks Wei Hang in fear, "Will I really be able to climb such a high mountain?" On which Wei Hang says, "Yes, with my help you can do this, but do not worry about it, we have come to enjoy the day, so we will mostly focus on spending time together," and Wei Hang starts climbing, where Aoning was also coming slowly behind him, and we see Wei Hang, who was helping Aoning a lot in climbing, and Aoning was also doing quite better than before, after which both of them reach one point and stop, and Wei Hang praises Aoning that today, he is doing quite good. Then Aoning asks Wei Hang, "Do you need water?" On which Wei Hang tells him, "You feed me only," and Aoning starts feeling quite shy, after which Aoning moves forward to feed water to Wei Hang, and Wei Hang was also drinking the water, but Aoning was feeling strange, and he was feeling quite shy, after which both of them start climbing together, and after some climbing, Wei Hang asks him, "Come now, behind." As soon as Aoning looks behind, he gets to see a quite good view, and he tells Wei Hang, "I understood after all. Why? You like climbing so much then?" Wei Hang tells Aoning that the path ahead is going to be even more dangerous, and you will get tired quickly, so hold me properly, on which Aoning says excitedly, "Yes, absolutely. I will try my full hard work, and will try to reach up with you." And then we see Wei Hang, who starts climbing, and Aoning was coming slowly behind him. Aoning had now become quite tired, and suddenly, his foot slips, and poor Aoning starts falling. Wei Hang had become quite scared, and Aoning was also scared. Then we see suddenly Aoning hangs in the air, because Wei Hang had saved him. He had lifted Aoning's entire weight with one hand only, and with the other hand, he had held the mountain. Here, Aoning gets quite surprised after seeing himself saved, and he thinks, "I cannot put pressure on Wei Hang, because this can be quite dangerous, and both of us will fall." After which Aoning also starts trying to reach the mountain, and he directly tries to make a hold on the mountain, and tells Wei Hang, "Leave me now. I can climb, otherwise this will be quite dangerous." And we see Aoning, who was climbing slowly and reaching up. He had become quite tired, and then we see Wei Hang, who was patiently waiting for Aoning. Then he extends his hand forward and tells Aoning to come up. Aoning tells him, "I can climb." But Wei Hang says, "I cannot wait anymore," and immediately holds him and pulls him up. Then he tells Aoning, "Down. What a view it is." As soon as Aoning looks, the poor guy gets quite scared, because those people had reached quite high on the mountain. But he gets even more surprised when he looks in front and sees that Wei Hang is coming close to him. Then Wei Hang starts looking the other way and immediately tells him, "If I tell the truth, then reaching the top of the mountain was never my dream. I like this journey the most." And both of them together were enjoying the quite beautiful view, where they were liking the green mountains a lot. Then suddenly, Wei Hang asks Aoning, "Do you know why I brought you here today?" Aoning answers with quite innocence and says, "I do not know." On which Wei Hang pulls him near himself, and Aoning gets quite surprised. And Wei Hang says, "I brought you here because on Valentine's Day I was feeling very jealous. After seeing so many couples, I also want to date someone." And he asks Aoning quite seriously, "What is your answer to this? Or should I remain single forever?" From these talks, Aoning had become quite surprised. The poor guy was not understanding what answer he should give, on which Wei Hang tells him, "If you are feeling scared, then close your eyes and answer comfortably." Aoning closes his eyes and thinks, what does he mean by this? Does he know that I am not scared of height, but scared of giving answer to this talk, and scared of looking towards him? Aoning had closed his eyes, and Wei Hang was going close to him, where Aoning was thinking, how many secrets of mine Wei Hang has already come to know. Has he already understood my feelings? Then we see Wei Hang, who suddenly starts going close to him, and he finally kisses Aoning. And finally, the wait for that moment ends, which I was waiting for since 60 episodes. Moving forward in the story, we see Aoning who gets scared and steps back. So Wei Hang holds him once again, and brings him near himself. Aoning was still not able to understand what answer he should give. Then Wei Hang starts saying his talk, and says, I have been waiting for this for quite a long time. And he immediately asks him, you like me, right? Aoning had become quite scared from this, and he thinks, I had hidden my feelings quite earlier. I had pretended for so long. I remained your friend. Have you already known my secret quite earlier? And Aoning immediately asks Wei Hang, when did you come to know? I thought I had hidden my feelings quite well. In answer to which Wei Hang tells him, the way you used to smile while looking at me. I realize that you do not look at anyone else like that except me. Whenever you looked at me, you used to look quite happy. And when I looked towards you, you used to feel shy and hide your eyes. And the most important thing, whenever you look at me, you start blushing. I do not think you do this with anyone else except me. Aoning feels so shy. Aoning feels so shy that he immediately hides his face in Wei Hang's clothes and says, whatever you said is true. Wei Hang tells Aoning, I have never dated anyone. Are you quite confident that I will be able to become a good boyfriend for you? But still, do you want to give me a chance? Do you want to become my boyfriend? Aoning was looking at him in quite surprise, and the poor guy was not able to give any answer. Then Wei Hang starts saying his talk, and says, I am not gentle at all. I get angry on small things, and whenever I get annoyed, I ignore people. I do not like working at all. I do not like talking at all, nor do I like studying. But still, will I be able to become a good boyfriend? On which Aoning says, you are counting so many shortcomings. I have more shortcomings than you. Will I be able to become a good boyfriend? On which Wei Hang, without any hesitation, answers yes, absolutely. You will become a quite good boyfriend. You are quite gentle, quite hardworking. You know how to cook food. You come with me for rock climbing. And the most important thing, you are quite cute and adorable. On which Aoning says, I'm not cute. But Wei Hang was firm on his words. And he says, I think you will become a quite good boyfriend. After which he immediately asks him, by the way, when did you start liking me? On which Aoning answers, one day at the rock climbing gym. On which Wei Hang asks, do I look very cool when I do climbing? But Aoning starts smiling. The poor guy. How should he tell that he has liked Wei Hang for quite a long time, since the first semester only? And Aoning thinks I should keep this thing hidden only, and immediately asks Wei Hang, do you want to climb more and reach up on this? Wei Hang answers, absolutely. There is no need for this anymore, because the destination I wanted to reach, I have achieved it. And Aoning also tells Wei Hang, yes, absolutely. I have also achieved the destination I wanted to achieve. And Aoning coming close to Wei Hang asks him, can I kiss you now? And we are finally shown the second kiss of this series. And we are finally shown the second kiss of this manhwa, which Aoning did. And then we are also shown that moment when both of them met for the first time. Until the end of the manhwa, both of them have become together, where both of them were looking quite happy. And Aoning says, Wei Hang, I felt quite good after meeting you. From now on, you will remember me anyway. When I met you, I was your roommate. But from now on, I am your boyfriend. So I hope that in future, you will keep me quite well, and will love me quite a lot, and we will spend our entire life together like this. And with this cute confession, this manhwa also ends. So I hope, guys, that you like this manhwa. We will meet soon with some new and very interesting manhwa. But I hope that you will not forget to subscribe and like the channel. And good luck for this new journey of Aoning and Wei Hang. Thank you for watching.